Hi, all. Welcome back to Thema Centos. Grab your coffee, water, tea, whatever you're drinking, go and get that. How is everyone doing? I want to apologize for being 5 minutes late. I'm 5 minutes late because I was in my Discord and the Discord had some questions and you know me, I don't like just hopping out of a deep conversation that is happening. So the Discord, I had to be in there with the Discord. So that's that on that. Ignore people in the chat talking. If they're from the Discord, ignore them. The Discord I'll be adding people to the Discord in December. So in a week. In December, I'll be adding people. So if you want to join the Discord, you know how. All right, so that's that on that. The Country Music Awards did not nominate Beyonce, and they didn't give Shamwell his award, so I'm very annoyed. I didn't watch, I just saw the clips online. So that's that on that. How is everyone doing? Welcome, everyone. Welcome, Sober Bobo. We were talking about you the other day. Good day, Themis. Hello, chat. Hope you are having a wonderful afternoon, evening, maybe morning. Period. Good afternoon. The Discord is not responsible for his tardiness. Yeah, they don't like really taking responsibility for their actions in the Discord as a general matter. So, yeah. Country music sucks or whatever. Yeah. All right. So please like the video. I'm just going to jump in. There are a couple of things that I didn't put on there are a couple of things that I did not put on the thumbnail. One of which is this interview right here. Hopefully we can get through the show and get to this interview because I think it was a fascinating pushback from Dr. Bryant against all the dusty people coming out talking about she's not a real doctor and all of that. So I look forward to watching that with you all.
You will.
I also did not put this man on the thumbnail because he's going to be talking about the passport bros, and he's going to show some clips about how the passport bros get treated like kings. Look at that title. And like his idea of being treated like kings is, I mean, we'll, we'll, yeah, we'll get to this video because I'm not there to like give real commentary on this. I'm just like, when they said being treated like kings, I was very. I did put him in the thumbnail. I did put him in the thumbnail, but I was like, where's the kingly treatment? Yeah. Is the kingly treatment in sorry, sorry. I just I don't understand people. Like, if you're coming online to flex, you would want to put something that other people would be jealous of. You know what I mean? I don't know. But maybe they're trying to appeal to a very specific audience that ain't never been anywhere in life. So, like, maybe gotta make sure you're getting paid, period, for all this work. Yeah, I've been really happy lately. I mean, I've been having a lot of issues generally, just like work, blah, blah, blah. But like, I've been really happy. How have you all been? How have you all been? Let me know if you guys have been happy. I've been very happy. It might have been the what do you call this? The skillet. What is it called? It's like a skillet cornbread cookie that I had. It's a huge skillet cornbread cookie with like a weird cream on top of it. And I ate all of it today, the entire thing, which was like 500 calories. So I'm living the life. I'm living the life, and it has been too cold, so I haven't been going to the gym. I'm gonna start again, but I don't know, I've just been feeling like a slob, kind of, but not in a bad way, just like really happy, eating food, drinking, living my best life, not caring about things. So, period. Anyway, let's get started. Are you in love, Themas? I'm in love with life. I'm in love with life. And the Discord doesn't give me time to date. They have not given me enough freedom to sort of date, unfortunately. Unfortunately. I wanted to start off with something dumb. So, like, because you guys have been saying, Themis, we missed the whole live stream where we're just talking about things and like going over a lot of random topics. I decided to. I decided. So the GQ Western Theme Men of the Year party just took place. Quickly, trash, 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 trash. Wow girl, whatever. It's fine. Trash, 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 trash. The oversized suit is great for certain kinds of people, but also trash. Faith is on 100. Face card never decline. And that's it. That's all I have. Thank you all. Bye. That's it. All right. I'm joking. I'm joking. Have you all seen Jasmine Crockett talking about DEI? And I do have a serious conversation that I want to get into. Do you think black women should fight against? Do you think black women should fight against white supremacy? Uh, do you? I'm gonna play this, and I do wanna. I'm not gonna probably. Probably not gonna open the panel right away. I might do it at the end of the show, but I have a question because I think there is a suggestion, and I've been seeing this online. So let's get into it. Let's actually do it. I am not prescribing anything. I just want to open the discourse here. There is a suggestion that Black women should not be vocal about white supremacy because it makes them not desirable, or it makes them a target, and therefore I don't know the therefore what. I don't know the therefore what, because I've been watching a lot of content creators on this, and I'm confused as to I am assuming that if white supremacy is bad, which we agree, hopefully, that we would push back against a system of white supremacy. But there is a new conversation online that Black women, in order to be more secure in the system, should not push back loudly against white supremacy. And I don't think I fully understand this notion. And I think we need to. Hey V, welcome. Hugs. Um, I don't know. I don't know where I stand on it. I think obviously Batman should push back against the system of white supremacy. But I want to open the panel for one or two people who kind of know what the argument here is. I want to know what the argument here is because I don't fully get it. And I've heard multiple content creators say that Black women should not be loud about the disdain for white supremacy, and they should not push back, and they should just rest in their femininity. And I'm confused, but I'm also a man, so my confusion in this area might be just par for the course. Just as Shar has been a member for 11 months. All right. Thank you so much. Let's get into it, what Jasmine was saying.
Because you can then misuse words like oppression. There has been no oppression for the white man in this country. You tell me which white men were dragged out of their homes. You tell me which one of them got dragged all the way across an ocean and told that you are going to go and work. We are going to steal your wives. We are going to rape your wives. That didn't happen. That is oppression. We didn't ask to be here. We're not the same migrants that y'all constantly come up against. We didn't run away from home. We were stolen. So yeah, we are going to sit here and be offended when you want to sit here and act like and don't let it escape you that it is white men on this side of the aisle telling us, people of color on this side of the aisle, that y'all are the ones being oppressed, that y'all are the ones that are being harmed. It's because you can then misuse words like oppression. There has been no oppression.
All right. So I heard this. I didn't see anything wrong with it at all. And if there are people who think there is something wrong with this, can you drop a 1? Her other drag was better. No. I don't. It's not even about the drag necessarily. There is a very specific conversation happening online. And there are people who say that this is outrageous and she shouldn't do it and Black women should not speak on white supremacy. And so I'm going to drop the link. The link is for people who disagree with Jasmine and who believe Black women should, and this is how we're opening, should not speak on white supremacy. And I want to know why. All right, so here's the link. Just know this link is going to, even if you come up after, I'm just not going to add you. But I just want anyone to jump on and we'll play it again while we wait.
For the white man in this country. You tell me which white men were dragged out of their homes. You tell me which one of them got dragged all the way across an ocean and told that you are going to go and work. We are going to steal your wives. We are going to rape your wives. That didn't happen. That is oppression. We didn't ask to be here. We're not the same migrants that y'all constantly come up against. We didn't run away from home. We were stolen. So yeah, we are going to sit here and be offended when you want to sit here and act like and don't let it escape you that it is white men on this side of the aisle telling us, people of color on this side of the aisle. All right,
seeing that no one is coming up, let me tell you what I fear. I fear, thank you, Kenny, for being a member for 19 months, by the way. I fear that I'm going to get in trouble, aren't I? In trouble with like just people's perspective, and they're not going to listen to exactly what I'm saying. It doesn't matter. This is the truth. My fear is that if Black women who are saying Black women should not speak on white supremacy, they're doing so. All right, never mind. Angry Black Woman podcast, go ahead. Hello? Hello? Is it me? Can you all hear her? All right, well, she left. All right, back to what I think. My fear is that the argument here is that if you stand up to white supremacy, you become the enemy of white supremacy. Being the enemy of white supremacy makes you ineligible for dating white supremacists. That is what I hear, right? There is a separate argument about resting, where resting is seen as acquiescing to the system, which I also find to be problematic. There is also a separate argument that don't fight for Black men, okay, but for yourself though. And I am worried that if you believe standing up to white supremacy limits your dating pool, that you are okay with dating a white supremacist. That to me seems an odd, that feels like a very odd position. And I don't want to mischaracterize, and this is again from other content creators that I have respected for a very long time. So I don't want to mischaracterize their position, but that is what I hear when you are saying do not speak up against white supremacy. You need to be more strategic. Fight it privately, fine. But I hope that it's not you become a target, you become antagonistic towards the idea of white supremacy, and thus you don't get to assimilate in white society with a white supremacist by your side. I hope that's not the positioning, but I do kind of fear that that is the position. And I would have loved to have spoken to someone with the idea rather than assume what I'm assuming. Because again, I could be wrong on my assumption. I'm not, this is not an indictment on the statement, it's an indictment on my understanding of what the statement means or meant when it was said. But anywho, we can continue. Oh, Indica.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm alive.
we are struggling through it. Go ahead.
No, I just want to kind of, I guess, clarify because I've seen a lot of the different things about, Black women resting, Black women taking a step back. And I think what now, just for me, I can only speak for myself. I think it's the pain of people saying, well, Black women, what you going to do? But like with zero support, zero backing, zero but anybody else with our back, it's like, but everybody's still like, Black women keep fighting, but nobody's going to lift us up.
Yeah. Wait, I don't understand that. So in the alternative to keep fighting, which I understand, particularly after this election, where it's like, okay, I rest all of that, but specifically not being loud against white supremacy. Do you think that is just part of the don't speak? Because
well, it's kind of, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. No, I've been speaking a lot. You've got this.
It's kind of like, instead of like turn down for what, be loud for what? Because I think Black women, like, we've been loud. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, we have been loud. We have been vocal. We have been saying it. We have been doing the things, like, and I'm somebody, like I said, I'm in education. Like, I was in tears the other day because I just had to fight with white people to see poor white kids as something other than trash.
Yeah, but it feels like that's a different fight rather than fight for yourself.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, though. Like, Black women have been doing the fight for everybody. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
And
no, but
so
that's what
in us,
I'm not asking. I'm not asking about the fight for everyone, because after that election, let me be clear. After that election, I believe after how Black women showed up and voted, specifically collectively, that no one can ever ask you ever to politically activate on their behalf. No one has that right.
Yeah.
But for yourself,
well,
I just think.
so. Does
I'm
anybody?
sorry.
Sorry.
No, I just think that knowing after after election, we know what's to come. We know.
wait, one second. Please do not put other content creators' name in the chat. And it's not one content creator. If I'm going after one person, I'm going to play that one specific person's video, and I'm going to respond very directly to that one person. This is not just one person. It is a collective thought that has been said by multiple content creators, and I've seen in multiple comments, and people have said it to me directly. And because of that, directly via like inbox, and not respond to my ask for clarification. So I am speaking about a general idea. Now, whoever it fits, but I'm not even dragging this person or a person. I'm talking about an idea. All right, go ahead, Angry.
Okay. So what I was just going to say is the sentiment behind um I and what Indica said. I agree with you completely. Be loud for what, right? But what I'm concerned about is we already know where it's going. We know where this country's going. Trump was elected, the House, the Senate. Don't lose your job, sis. So I think that this is a time where you need to be just trying to save your job, because you being this loud and this, they're going to get rid of you. So
But
I
that
mean,
is her job. Well, I'm not talking about her specifically, because this is her job. Like, that is her job.
I, I just don't think that this is. I don't think that. I think she needs to think about herself
No,
in
no,
this
no, she
moment.
can't. No, 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 no. The public servants don't, like, yes, think about yourself. No, she's doing what needs to be done. That is her job. No, I'm not talking about her specifically. I'm talking
We
about the
can't protect
sentiment.
you once these people get in office. We can't protect you.
Yeah,
So it's best
wait.
that you just align
I
yourself.
don't think we're understanding each other. I'm not talking about Jasmine right now, or Miss
Oh,
Crockett.
wait. Oh, was the conversation?
Yeah. No, it is about her sentiment and whether the larger discourse around Black women being more muted publicly
Mhm.
about white supremacy, if that is a good thing. This is her job, and I disagree
Oh,
with anyone
okay.
who says she needs to calm down. No, that is her job. Let her do her job. I'm talking
Okay.
about like a broader conversation.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. So basically, should Black women or Black people, should we still be fighting the good fight against white supremacy?
Yes.
No. It's too much energy. It's too much energy.
What's the
We're
alternative?
already doing what we have to do to get where we need to be. Um I mean, yes, there's discrimination in certain aspects, but that discrimination doesn't really come from higher up. It usually comes from the trash of the,
So,
you know,
wait, are you saying what's the alternative to not fighting against white supremacy?
just fighting for ourselves. Just fighting for ourselves, doing what we have to do, go to school, do what we have to do to get into the positions that we want. And that's it. Cuz I mean, I'm just not really seeing, like, in my daily everyday life, I'm not really being affected by white supremacy. Like, it's, and I'm pretty young, I'm still in my 20s, so I'm not really being affected by white supremacy on a daily. I've done everything that I want to do, so I don't see why I should be fighting this fight, you know.
All right. What do you think? Like,
Unless
I'm not
unless
gonna fight. I'm not debating
mhm.
your opinion. By the way, there will be not real pushback here because I do actually want to. I want to understand. So please, if even if I even push back a little bit against anything you said and you feel uncomfortable, let me know and I'll pull back. What do you think white supremacy is? No, and you don't
um
have to know this. Just like theoretically, like
I believe it's
when
a
I
system that oppresses the minority, basically.
all right, and do you think we're in that system?
Yes, I do. I do believe that we are in that kind of system.
And you don't feel, I mean, I'm not saying you should feel oppressed, because that you don't feel oppressed might be a good thing, depending on how you look at it. So you're in the system, but you don't see it. You don't see it operating against you.
No.
And you
I
don't
mean,
see it
I do see certain aspects of white supremacy, but I see it more like it affects you if you, okay, let's use the criminal justice system for
Mhm.
example. It affects minorities more, or they're more disciplined when it comes down to the criminal justice system. So I see it there. Um, Sometimes in job could be a part of job disparity, and I see that's where DEI could come into, and why it needs to be protected. Where white supremacy, but like I said, in my life, white supremacy has always reared its ugly head by the lower class whites. It's always been them who like tried, like pushed it or tried to implement it. I haven't really been affected by it on a greater scale. Like I said, I've been able to do everything that I wanted to do. So
All right. And so as an individual, you see how it doesn't affect you that way. Do you think the broader Black women collective have that same experience?
I don't think so. I think that they wait. I think that they are able to do exactly what they need to do as well, or are able to move how they need to move inside of this world
All
without
right.
any restraints or too many
So
restraints.
maternal, sorry, so many questions layered, and I'm trying to like distill it down to like not like a super complicated or pushbacky question. So you think Black women aren't oppressed by white supremacist system, even in like healthcare and criminal justice or any of that, education? You don't think Black
Um,
women are facing any kind of oppression in that way?
they are, but they are facing systematic oppression in some ways. Like for instance, like I said, in the criminal justice, I think that they are harder on Black people in general.
And
But
you're
when it
fine
comes
with that? Wait, are you fine with that?
being harder on Black people,
Mm-hmm.
no, I'm not okay with that. But I also,
And
but I'm just coming from the sentiment is like I can't really fight that fight. I can't fight that because it's too much. It's too much. I have to focus, and I think as a collective, we need to focus. If we're doing the right thing, we just need to do the right thing for us. Like we need to
but
do what we have to
if
do
you
to
say
climb that ladder.
you can't fight that fight, and you're not okay with it, then you are going to accept a bad system. And we can do healthcare, Hollywood, representation, all of that. But you're saying be individualistic and do for self as much as you can within the
Yeah,
system,
yeah,
um, and hopefully survive in the system
yeah.
without trying to change the system.
We can't change it. We're at the bottom. We cannot change it. Obviously, y'all, we don't. Well, I didn't donate, but y'all donated all this money to this Kamala Harris lady, and for what? Where did it get you? Disappointed. Time,
And
money,
so,
everything wasted.
yeah, no. And so, based on that, you're saying don't engage.
Fuck them. That's what I'm
But no,
saying.
no, no, please don't do that. But
Just
so,
do you.
all right. And so, Black women, you would say check out of the system.
Boom. Bam
All right.
kaboom.
All right. V,
Hi,
hey,
can you
welcome.
hear me? Thank
Yep.
you. Hi. Um, so there's a few things that I did want to touch on. I do think that it's important for Black women to actually stay focused um, on fighting against white supremacy. I think we should reshift our focus. Um, I think most of our focus with white supremacy, we've been focusing on um, how it affects Black men. Um, and even when I was listening to that woman that you showed her speech, which was very, very passionate. But it was really, if you listen to it, it was really focused on how the slave trade and everything affect Black men. How his wife got snatched away and it didn't focus anything on how it affected the women and the children. So I think that would be paramount for Black women if we took a lot of our energy and focused it on Black women's plight and the plight of children and how children are being harmed in the school systems. Because that is a huge thing. And I think if we did focus a lot of energy on that, we could eliminate a lot of even the harm that is being caused to Black men if we focus
So that's what I was thinking when people, black women were saying focus on black women and self. I thought black women were specifically talking about sort of thinking about black women as a collective and thinking sort of how they can systematically engage to improve the lives of black women. But the more I listen, the more individualistic it seems. And in the way that Angry Black Women podcast just articulated, FM. And I don't know, it feels very much that there are bad actors um, who engage in sort of removing black women from the political sphere and making it seem like apolitical is somehow safety. And that for me, like black men have been apolitical as a collective, right? And that
Right.
has not been good. Black women has been invested, maybe advocating on the wrong people's behalf, but invested. And so redirecting that energy, as you just said, V, towards black women's plight, but staying activated in that way, but being selfish collectively as opposed to selfish individually feels like I thought that was the most appropriate response to the election. But I'm not a black woman, and that's why I didn't want to like push back against people right now because I want to understand. But my understanding is not like checking out politically does not help you.
Because
Like that.
I
Stevens,
think it's okay. Sorry.
I've been sitting back and looking at this thing for a while, and the vaccine, because you see, I haven't been online for a long time, and I've been looking at it, and I think it's not. It's so male focused and dating focused and
True.
relationship focused, and I feel like black women are feeling like because we're failing at this relationship with black men, it's really focused on getting this relationship with black men. And if we can't do that, then we're just going to tap out. Whether it's a political thing, whether it's a, if we can't save them, then there's really no reason. There's no reason to really engage or go on politically or,
But then alternatively, yes, but alternatively, it's also if for the small group of black women who are opening their options, there is, let me be upfront. I have a very, very big discomfort now that I've never had. Because I've always thought of like black womanhood in a very specific way. Obviously, it's individualistic, but when it comes to like white supremacy, that even when black women dated out, it wasn't I'm looking for white supremacy, white supremacist, right? And the black women I know who date out are very careful about sort of blackness and making sure
right.
that they're not speaking negatively about blackness and engaging that way. So to hear sort of the any indication that you should not be against white supremacy if you want to
Mhm.
be in with a wide like that seems odd to me. Like,
That's what I wanted to talk about too. That was on my list of things that I'm hearing that's very dangerous because I've dated all- white guys all my life. I mean, and not I've dated some other guys, but married, my ex-husband's white, my son's dad is white, which are different guys. I've dated a lot I know a lot of white guys. And when I hear black women say, you know, we can't fight against white supremacy and date white men, that is a very dangerous thought
yeah,
process.
I think so too.
Very dangerous. If you go into the white community with this mindset that I need to step around my blackness and I need to not fight white supremacy and I need to um, you know, kind of try to navigate myself into their world, you are going to put yourself in a lot of danger.
Yeah.
You need
That
to walk into their community and own your blackness. And when I go into their community or meet any of them, you need to know who they are and you need to let them know who you are.
Yeah, political neutrality for inclusion in white spaces. I think you are right. That is that feels like you're opening yourself up to be harmed in ways that's not right. Also,
You
you
are.
can be anti-white supremacy as well.
You need to be.
Yeah,
Not you can be, you have to be. And they need to know where you stand on that. And also, if you have a child with someone that doesn't know, like, these are what Black people went through and these are my boundaries, and I don't care if your parents don't like this or your grandparents or your cousins, or that's what you're going to introduce your child to. That's what you're going to put yourself through. You deserve better as a Black woman.
yeah. If you can't be white supremacy, be quiet and hope white men choose you and
Yeah,
uplift you
absolutely not.
the way
No,
they do
don't do
white.
that.
That's what I hear. That's what I hear.
It's
True,
not
and that's
safe. That
why.
person that you choose that is a white person need to understand that they need to be against white supremacy as well. And it's I'm not going to say against white supremacy, because you will be hell bent to find a white male that's against white supremacy. The
Uh,
psychology, even if they say they are, Venus, understand that the psychology of being against your best interests, white supremacy is in white people's best interests.
I just don't think we need to rock the boat in the climate that we're coming into.
That's a
wait, no, no, no,
dangerous
no, no,
thought
no.
Wait,
process.
Wait,
That is
pause,
wait.
a
pause,
dangerous thought
pause.
process.
Well,
I think Black women should focus politically on Black women, Black kids, Black people. I think the era of us fighting for everyone is over after this election. Health first.
Yes.
Um, and in some ways, I just think Black women just there. But wait, you said when you say you don't think we should rock the boat, come in, Miss Elia. What does that mean?
well, if I
Uh,
could say, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah,
well,
no, go
I'm
ahead.
the one
May
that
I
said it,
speak?
No,
ABW.
wait,
But
before you go, angry Black woman is speaking.
no, when you said what did I mean by that?
Hmm.
Well, we know that who is in office. We know who's coming up. We know the plans, and I just think that it's going to cause more harm than good if we keep going at this time, like right now, especially with them threatening dismantle DEI programs and all this stuff. I think this is a time where we need to again focus on ourselves and see where we can benefit from this next administration, where we can benefit, where we can get ahead. Just like um for an example, how we have this Goldman Sachs. This is a 10-year initiative where we're on year 2 now, or 3. We need to be getting in and good. This is the time where we need to be going ahead and getting more funding for our businesses. We need to go ahead and see what we can do, how we can benefit from this next, not rock the boat
Are
and
you
tell them
saying
you need to.
stay out of white men's way?
um well, I'm not going to stay out of white men's way. So I'm not. I mean, for those who want to stay out of their way and just just ride the wave, they can do that. I'm a truck
No,
driver.
no, no. What do you mean by don't rock the boat?
Don't make them mad. Like, don't do anything that's gonna say, you know what,
What?
f these black people, and we're gonna screw them completely. We're
Because
gonna
white
take
people,
everything. We're gonna take everything away from them.
white
You
men
know.
love. Wait, wait. Sorry, sorry. I asked you a question and I keep interrupting. Apologies. Go ahead.
Okay.
Don't rock the boat. You were explaining that.
Okay. Well, okay, so there was two different things when you said don't rock the boat, and you said should black women, because that's all I care about, should black women just, I say either, there's going to be some who should just, I think, should just ride the wave and see where they can benefit, how they can benefit, how they can make, increase their profits in this next election, see where they can benefit instead of going against the grain. Because I just think it's more dangerous to go against the grain because they have all the power. That's what I'm
But
just
wait, what do you
acknowledging, that
mean?
part.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. What do you mean go against? Don't go against the grain. I don't understand what that means.
You we all know what upsets white supremacy, and they can be vengeful. They can be vengeful, and like I said, they are in control of both the House and the Senate. So bills can be passed that will cause harm. Instead of rocking the boat, hey, let's either face this head on and say, hey, what can we do? How can we be a benefit? How can we
How can we
benefit
be a
and be a
benefit to what?
benefit in
How
this?
can we wait? How can Black women be a benefit to bills that might harm them?
No. So there is no bill because we're rocking the boat or going against the grain and speaking about white supremacy, and that we already know that they don't want to hear nothing about no white supremacy. We know
Who
that.
cares?
I care because I want to continue to make this money.
Or you
But
should
the
take a
thing
stab at help.
is,
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. The thing
No, no,
is,
no, 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 no. We don't. We're not going to talk over each other. After you finish, then we go to Black Lace. I'll let you finish. I have a lot of questions, but I'll let you finish and then go to Black Lace. You want to make this money, so don't fight white supremacy. That's where you were, I think.
Not necessarily white supremacy. I think that I'm not saying don't fight white supremacy. I just think that there are bigger fish to fry because we're in this
You
economy.
mean smaller
I
fish to
believe
fry?
that I mean, like I said, I'm a trucker. I believe that we are going to be making some bread here coming up. We're going to be making some bread this next 4
Okay, so
years,
you do
and we
mean
have this
smaller. You
opportunity
do
to make
mean
this.
wait. You do mean there's smaller fish to fry.
Oh, they're smaller fish. I guess, yeah, smaller. In my world, it'd be a big fish, but I mean, I guess small fish in the whole in a synopsis. So anyway, I'm just saying that, and I'm sorry if I sound like a little nervous. I
No,
was just coming up to say one little sentence like yes, no, and keep it there. But I guess I have to go in depth. So all I'm saying is we should just try to align ourselves with what is going to benefit us. Like I use, for example, we know that Goldman
so if
Sachs.
white supremacy is going to benefit Black women, they should align themselves with white supremacy.
I don't think it's necessarily white supremacy.
Mm-hmm.
I think that because I mean, if it was white supremacy in a whole, well, I guess, damn. And when I think about it, it is. But so then I would just have to say, yeah. If I'm just being honest, then I will have to say, yeah.
But
Because I think
let
that,
me ask the question again. So if it benefits you individually, you should align with it.
yeah.
Would you say that's the same for people who are selling out other people and like they make money from the selling out of other people? Because they benefit individually, but everyone else fails in the scheme. So if you're that
Can you give an
individualist,
example of that, if you don't mind?
I can, but I don't want to because I want to
Okay.
keep it broad. There's
Okay.
a very specific scenario I'm thinking in my mind, but I don't want my channel to
Okay.
get dinged for it. So if one person, hopefully we can all like think conceptually instead of like a very specific scenario. If one person is going to benefit, but by benefiting that one person is going to cause harm to another, a group of other people like them similarly situated, should that one person get as much as they can at the cost of everyone else?
Well, no,
I'm,
that's not the morale thing to do. But one person can't, I mean, you're not changing anything that comes with it. You're not changing anything. You aligning with what benefits you personally is not going to change the outcome of who is not benefiting. It's just not.
So here's an example. If you can make money by informing on people, like let's use slavery, the person, the overseer get a better life, but still is a slave, but gets a better life than the other slave. Is that a good thing for that person? And should they let the slaves run wild? That's an extreme example. I apologize, but
Oh, it is. Damn. going back to morale, no, it's not right.
I'm not asking if it's right or wrong. I'm asking if they should do it.
Damn, Themis.
Oh, sorry.
No, I'm quiet because it's like, dang. Because I mean, I can just speak for myself, and I'm just gonna say I'm gonna choose me.
Ooh.
I'm gonna choose me. I don't see how before anyone else was benefiting, like from what I was. No one was benefiting or not or getting hurt from what I was doing before, other than me. So I'm just gonna do what it is best for me. So
Got
I'm
it.
just that's how I'm moving about it. And me personally, I'm not going to rock the boat. I think that it's going to do more harm than good to rock the boat during this climate, especially with them having all the power. You saw that
Yeah.
we don't have any motion, we don't have really any push, any pull, and that's why with Jasmine Crocker going so hard, and a lot along with that, not speaking on your own behalf, speaking on the behalf of these dudes. Like,
Mm-mm.
girl, don't lose
She
your
was
job.
speaking. She was speaking generally, but how does fighting white supremacy look? Depends on how. I mean, one, stop it fighting against stop and frisk, or educating people in the healthcare system about pain tolerance not being different for Black people than white. It's gonna look different. Education, equal education for different people. It looks different depending on what we're talking about, but yeah, you can, I believe. All right, Blackley, sorry about you waiting. Go ahead.
Hi, demons.
Hello.
This is my first time coming up here, so let me just make this quick. I'm a fangirl. I
Oh,
really love your podcast. I found you by way of Cynthia G.
thank
And
you.
I live for when you say period. So anyway,
Period.
I just wanted to add to the conversation and say that Miss Angry podcast, I think that's very dangerous thinking. We are already as Black women a target in everyday life. I work in corporate America and have been doing so for several years. I am the only chocolate morsel in my office, and when I walk in, I have to own it. So we cannot stop fighting white supremacy. The thing is, we have to keep paving a way for the people that come behind us. You may not have children. I only have one child. However, I know the detriment if we don't keep pushing what it can do for the generations that come behind. Now, I'm not saying that every I guess committee that come up, we have to go fight. I think as Black women, we have overextended ourselves in participating in everybody else's cause. You are correct that we do need to focus on ourselves, but both can be true at the same time. So yes, focus on our community, focus building, but we still have to keep pushing for white supremacy or against white supremacy. I'm sorry. Because as you see already in the election and in the things to come, they're taking rights, they're taking steps to possibly impoverish us. And we're already a target. That you saw that in the polls. We 92%. Hey. But you can't be you can be afraid, but you can't back down. Don't back down. Don't let anybody stop the progress that we have made. I am so proud of the panel of the young people that I see coming up behind me. You guys give me so much hope, and I'm still pushing. I'm still pushing. So don't give up. Don't become individualists, because I hate to say this, a lot of our counterparts, Black men, they think in individual mindset, and that has not helped our community. One thing I know about Black women, we think on a broader basis. We are articulating things much faster. So you see the outcome. We cannot leave it to our counterparts to do this. I mean, look at the Black community now. it's nowhere. So I just want to say, keep pushing. I'm sorry that that's how you feel, but don't give in, okay? Thank you, Themis. Thank you for
Thank you. I
all
appreciate
your
that.
posts. So good
I
night.
appreciate that. Thank you.
I'm just tired for all the other black women that came before. I just don't want to. I don't want to do it. I don't want
Un-
to fight.
Understood. Indica, any final words?
Yeah. Woo. That's not the final word, but
All right. Yeah, thank you. Bye. Go ahead.
um, a little bit. Sometimes I'm almost feeling like this conversation is too soon
Yeah.
because we as Black women, like, not to say that you wouldn't understand Themis, but like,
Maybe I wouldn't.
the,
In truth.
yeah, the way, like, we have been out here saving the world for real, and just to see how much we are on our own. We are truly on our own. And the thing that we have to, I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer, I'm just got a lot of that foresight thing. We got to really evaluate what's about to happen and how much leverage we do not have. Because I mean, like, if your kid don't have no school in the next couple of months, what are you going to do? If you don't have health care in the next couple of months, what are you going to do? If you are the only Black person in your job, baby, they don't have a requirement anymore when they dismantle that to keep you there. So if we don't really strategize and really start thinking about how we're going to figure things out, sans white supremacy, in the midst of it versus trying to convince them, we need to convince each other. Instead of, because convincing white people ain't going, it's, like, we can hang that up in a sense. You know what I'm saying? We're going to get people as we can, but we got to start convincing each other that this is going to be crazy.
Yeah. Let
When
me
when
read
I
some. Go ahead. Sorry. No, go ahead.
I'm seeing some Black women online talking about getting together and figuring things out. And it has to be more than just shopping Black women. It needs to be, baby, who can keep my kids if there's no school? Who can be with my child if there's no reason for them to have an IEP anymore? Who's going to, like, how am I going to get to work? Or if all these jobs take out the DEI and you're fired now, who's going to hire you? Are there enough Black businesses to hire us?
My friend works in environmental policy. She's scared of her job security now because we're under Trump. Yeah, there's an attempt to gut pretty much most of the administrative agencies, particularly around environmental protection, and even consumer protection. That's the fear, at least.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Because
Because it's
I
like
think
we
she
talk about
sounds scared
relationships
famous. They
and,
got to her, LOL. Yeah, no, I think most of people, a lot of people are in fact scared. Go ahead. I don't know who was talking.
oh, that was me. Sorry. Now for me, I am scared because I've been working in public education. I've been in, like, you have mostly white people teaching your kids. You're leaving your child alone with a white person for most of the day, with white administrators, with white educators. And then if you don't know how to garden, if you have not grown any plants, if you have not started and they're already having recalls, baby, we talking about people going to be hungry. Like, we are not really preparing for what's about to happen. Like, we need, and so that's what I'm saying. Like, if there is no school, if you can barely get food, if you can't get a job because you're not white, like, we can't be arguing about other stuff right now. We really got to start figuring it out because white supremacy is going to white supremacists. They're going to do what they're going to do. Yeah, but you better learn how to garden. We got to learn how to grow things. We got to learn how to figure these things out because they're not going to make it easier for us to survive in
Yeah,
this country.
I
Because
just
Make
don't
America
want.
Great Again is really getting us back in those fields. They want to get rid of all the immigrants and put us back out there.
If you don't make
I just don't want to
Mr.
at all.
Calvin Candy mad, we might ahead. I mean, I think might get ahead. I think what's going to happen there. Mia, go ahead.
I apologize. Yeah, I'm really just talking about my friend's POV. I'm not going to speak on her job or anything because she can't even really tell me a lot about it, but she's an analyst, and we spoke about it after election, and she was actually terrified. For the longest, she never noticed any difference between her and other students until she got into college, where constantly her roommates were harassing her. One of them called the police on her. Mind you, she's a very sweet girl, and you know, she started opening her eyes, like, this stuff is real, racism is real. Like, her being a Black woman, she went to Duke University, amazing person, and she's getting all this hate towards her, and it really changed her mind. Like, now she actually sees, like, this is actually real. I'm getting hate just because I am a Black woman. And because of how well she was doing in school, she was ahead of many things. People kept going to her because she was the only Black woman in this space, which is, you know, awesome that she's a Black woman in these spaces, but awful because she was always getting targeted. They would talk down to her because she was the only one there. Everybody else was white. But now with this, she was trying to leave her job, but now she's scared, which I had made that comment about her job security. She doesn't want to work where she's working right now. But now that Trump's on, like, well, is our president, she's terrified. She's too scared to leave. She's scared of job security. She already moved out of state, so it's like
I
she's
mean, I think
stuck.
one of
And
the
I apologize,
things,
I'm speaking on her because my little low level job, it has nothing to do. Like, I work at customer service, so
I
but
mean,
I'm
I think one of the things
pardon me.
for with the anxiety, I didn't realize the level of anxiety that existed, but I do think one of the things that we now have to do, and I think part of this community is to kind of monitor um, sort of laws being implemented and to navigate those, and also laws generally, but administrative laws specifically, and sort of navigating that more broadly, because I do think that I don't like catastrophizing generally, but I also think that being prepared is important. So I do think we have an obligation now as this community, this one specifically, I can't speak for anyone else's community, to sort of, as the transition starts happening, to be monitoring the kinds of laws and rules and regulations being implemented and figuring out how to best navigate that in real time, which is not an easy feat. But I do think there is a lot of work now that we need to do in order to sort of address what I think our real anxiety is around Black women, Black people generally, but Black women here, because that's what I'm hearing. And I could be wrong in my interpretation, but it sounds like a lot of anxiety around the new administration, rightfully so. And so I think to address that, we need to get more activated, unfortunately, and start engaging with the political process more directly.
Completely agreed. Can
Um,
I say one last thing, and then
go
I'll
ahead.
let it out. I love you, and I love when you say
Oh.
"ew." It's amazing. I love it. I wish there was like a compilation of you just saying that. It's the best thing ever.
The
But
funny thing is, now that you say that, I feel bad because I like hearing Jesse Wu say that. So yeah,
okay, I'll see you guys in the chat. Bye.
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 My good sis, stand up. We have to activate now more than ever. By the way, the back is full. Let me be very clear. The link is only for people who agree that Black women should not be fighting white supremacy and not be politically activated. So if that is not your position, you should not be in the back. You should not be in the back. All right. Ash? Ash? Hello? Going once? Going twice? Sold. All right. So you both have had your final thoughts. Someone else came up, so are we all good? I think I understand more now. Still think I end at the same conclusion. But thank you all.
One
Go
thing
ahead.
you missed, and I kind of don't want to say anything because I like to see the panic, but I also don't believe that all of this, they're gonna shut down the school. They got kids too. I don't believe all of this stuff is going to happen, but I do like
No,
that
they
Black.
do want to privatize school now. That is legitimate fear. The privatization of education is a legitimate, one of the most legitimate fears. And I am also fearful. I don't have kids right now, but that is a
I just
world.
don't see. I just,
All right.
but that's not what I was saying. But
No, no.
I can appreciate the panic that Black women are like it's kind of like bringing to light. And I think that like with this activism for self, I think it will push into more sustainability. Like it will. So I don't want to interrupt and say, oh, that's not going to happen, you're overthinking, even though I already know. I feel like it's not, we're not going to be affected, but we're not going to lose our jobs. Like I don't believe that at all. I don't believe that we're going to lose our jobs at all. But I do like that Black women are panicking, because it will force us to get our shit together and become more self-sufficient.
Yeah.
You know, it's just a more of like, it's like this quantum leap to
I
like
do actually hope
understanding and
that
seeing.
I hope you're correct in that that people might be panicked and then nothing happens. And so, I mean, I'm looking at his cabinet from what he has announced, and I am fearful, not in the most, oh, evil is going to destroy all that we have, but I'm fearful because of competence and the lack thereof. Because, and I'm not saying that career bureaucrats should be put in place, but the people I am seeing are unqualified. Like, I am very concerned, but that could be my own thing. So when the cabinet has been confirmed, we'll go through the list at some point when they're all there, because I've been like very like taken aback by the names floating around for AG, for example. But yeah. Oh, well, thank you both. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, I don't think that the United States is going to be like the same. Like you go to school, you leave and all that stuff, and you go to college, you have your family, you get your house and all those things. Like we have to shift our mindsets as to what it's going to look like. What is
Yeah,
it going
Betsy
to look like?
DeVos dragged the education system for 4 years. And I don't think people remember how the Trump administration was problematic on some front, even if we agreed with the pulling back of red tape for starting business, particularly in healthcare. A lot of those policies, I believe, will come back to bite us when we don't have a lot of restrictions. But lowering the bar for admission into the healthcare entrepreneur world, I think that was a good thing because of, I don't know, there's a part of it that was good, but then when so many people get in, it becomes a problematic. But we'll get there when we get there. When I start seeing bad things happening in that front, I'll come back.
Yeah, I think this time is going to force people to really, I'm hoping, because I'm really hoping it's going to force people to make those changes and to really get together, because we got to get together. Like this is not.
sorry, sorry, someone said the veneer techs are dancing. I hate y'all.
Not the veneer tech. Listen, for $14.95.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
No, but I think we're really going to have to really band together, because if there is no FAFSA, if there are no IEPs, if there's no if your state only has to depend on state funds from now on to educate your children, things are going to get tight. Things are going to get, smaller. And so we got to make sure that, like, when I say it's going to be like, listen, you black woman, I'm a black woman, you got kids, we got to figure this out together. Because
Yeah.
I think we have spent too much time trying to get, because I always keep in the back of my mind that some of those marches was really just so that Martin Luther King could get into some white vajayjay.
Okay. Well, on that note, I appreciate y'all for being here. Let's get back to the content.
Every time I gotta say something else, but yeah,
Mhm.
but like we gotta start fighting for ourselves for real, and start really, I think it's not. Well, first off, black women, we need to just sit back and rest. So that's why I said sometimes I feel like this conversation may be too soon, because we got to really regroup and really evaluate, because our lives have been this image of the strong black woman, the woman who fights, the woman who does the stuff, the woman who's always there. And now we got to take a step back and evaluate, who am I if I
Yeah.
am not the strong black woman? Who am I?
Yeah. No, I
and
do have.
when can people see us as vulnerable people if we don't stop fighting?
And that's why, by the way, I didn't want to fight on this or like push back, because I do recognize that there is. All right. I recognize that pretty much every other group of women are seen as damsels in some ways, and thus in need of protection, where Black women, through slavery and everything else, aren't seen as the same, and thus there is an unwillingness to protect Black womanhood, even from Black men, right? And so wanting to rest and not having to do a lot of the work that I think Black women have had to do because of their position, both as women who aren't protected by the larger society and not protected within their own community by the men there. Black women have had to step up as mothers to children, but as political actors on behalf of the Black community. And thus, I think without Black women's work, Black womanhood and Black children suffer, right? In ways that I don't think they do suffer without Black men's political activation, because we've kind of been existing without it. And I don't know that I fear for myself individually, but I do fear that the wanting, if I'm against Black women saying, no, I am done, then there's a part of me that is requiring Black women to work in a way that is very unfair, right? Like, I think it is extraordinarily unfair for me to do the please don't stop working. But also, you can't. For your own livelihood, you can't. For your own safety, you can't. For your own life, for your children's life, for you can't. And so it is with that sense of uneasiness, fear, sadness, and a lot of heart, hopefully, that I am taken aback by the call to be politically neutral. That scares me. Not for myself, but for Black women who are like, I am tired. And I think it was you, Indica, who said maybe it's too soon. The election just happened. People are frustrated, angry, rightfully, and want to rest, rightfully. And so maybe even having this conversation right now is from a very specific place of privilege, without the kind of compassion I need for the women calling for political neutrality in their disdain, anger, sadness, or whatever it is. And maybe I shouldn't be pushing back right now. I shouldn't be engaging with it right now, and I should just let it slide. I'm hoping that it's from frustration as opposed to like directive, like don't act politically ever. Sit back.
No, yeah, I appreciate that so much, Themis. I really do. Yeah, but it's almost like now that we're really on our own, we need to sit back and really figure out what we're going to do. Because like you said, if we're ever going to be seen as human, we got to let other people, like the vitriol we've already receiving online from white women 2 days after just for saying that, hey, you guys do it on your own, has been crazy. The vitriol we've received from other people that, hey, we want to give us a moment to sit back and regroup, please. And everybody's like, no, Black women, but you go, like, keep working for us. But you have to keep working, but you have to keep working. But nobody's saying we're going to step up for you. Nobody's saying, Black woman, sit down and regroup so that y'all can do this. And we about to jump up in front of your face. Nobody's saying that. They're all just saying, hey, Black woman, okay, take your little nap. You were disappointed. We get it. But get your back on out there and fight for us.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though. Your work should not be about anyone else from this point forward. White supremacy is not in white people's best interest. It's in their self-interest. Diversity is statistically more profitable. Oh, period, Eden. Thank you. Period. Convincing them of this is going to be hard, but period.
Yeah. But
let me find out Black women don't want to fight if it's not about Black men. That's so annoying. Kira is terrible. What do you think about Dr. Oz being tapped to? Sorry, I'm not hissing my teeth at you. I'm just like, yeah, no, absolutely not. Survive Y2K will be fine. I think Black women should just move as individuals, vote for your job and womanhood choice, womanhood choice, your specific needs. For me, this is voting them. I do think if you're actually engaging in an individualistic mindset about sort of what is in your best interest, a lot of the times for Black women, it does include other people benefit from your self-interest. It's time for Black women for Black women first and foremost to work for us at least as much as we've ever done for all. Yeah, agreed. All right, go ahead and then we can move on to other.
Do you think that Black women could ever form their own political party?
No.
Okay.
I don't think unless we fundamentally change the system in America, it's going to be a two-party system.
It's going to be, because that's one thing that, just like you said, in that thinking of like, what can we do and how can we, really push politically in our best interest. You have to have some sort of power to do so, and how can we regain power outside of the Democratic Party? Because obviously, that hasn't been working as great as it could be. But what could we possibly do politically outside of just...
that's what I don't understand. Why do people say Black women haven't gained power in the Democratic Party? Like the way I am understanding it, Black women do have a ton of power in the Democratic Party.
Well, what I mean is that I'm talking about like having seats in Congress, having seats in the Senate, like having voting power, having, a more...
I mean, that the Democratic Party is the vehicle through which Black women getting any kind of political power. Like, let's be very clear. I mean, you can believe everyone in the chat on their own in their life. Y'all can believe what y'all want to believe. Go try to get political power. More than 3 of you in the Republican Party, and then come back and report it to me.
Yeah. And then my other thing that I've been wondering, because like there are was an angry Black woman, kind of when she was mentioning like move around white supremacy, I thought of like there are certain religious groups that have their own schools because they got together and did that. They didn't fight white people and say, hey, give us a school that's going to honor our religious beliefs. They said, in this system, we're going to make schools for our own kids. But we're still sitting here screaming, please send our kids to these white people and please don't abuse them. Like we have to get to that point to where we're saying we need these things. And I understand, we do something and then it gets burned down, but we got to do something.
Yeah. I come in peace. You've been dragging me this entire time in the chat. Go ahead. You unmute.
Hey, Themis. Do you hear me?
Hey.
Yes.
Yep.
I haven't been dragging you. Maybe I'm too much in my bubble and like in life, because I don't understand why there's so much what collectively do Black women want that's outside of the interests of other groups of people. Like what are we pushing for? Because in my mind, we want to be able to afford groceries. We want to be able to pay our rent. We want to be able to just live our lives.
I think specifically around the healthcare and healthcare outcomes for Black women, I do think there's a ton of political activism around that. I think education is a huge one. And I do think I find it really annoying, not you, but annoying generally, because people are like, oh, Black women are so educated. Against the odds. I think people keep forgetting the against the odds bit. So I think education is one. Criminal justice is a huge one. I said education, criminal justice, healthcare. I mean, actually, the big three sort of pillars of a society, we have issues there.
Right.
Education, health. Go ahead.
Yeah, and there's a party that actually advocates for that. Like conversation happens in that particular party, and that's the Democratic
you have
Party.
to be very specific, because apparently the Republican Party is the one for some people. So I need you to be very specific about what party you're talking.
I'm talking about the Democratic Party.
All right.
So, like for me, like there's a party that exists that has Black women as leaders in it who engage in these type of conversations. So I don't really, and then there's also that part of Black women been fighting. I still like, is the fighting protesting, leading the protest? Because I do see that part when the BLM protests were happening. It was, Black women on the front line. And I understand that part. Okay, we're going to stop doing that. But what's the other fighting that has been occurring by Black women?
I think the argument, there is a lot of fighting in terms of even when flipping Georgia for the 2020 election was no easy feat, right? It was a 2020, right? I think it was a 2020. With no easy feat. And I think that came on the backs of Black women activism. I think that the idea is that Black women shouldn't, quote, speak up about white supremacy. Maybe that's a better way of framing the question.
Right. And I agree. I don't think that Black women have to be the mouthpiece.
No. Never said they have to.
Right.
I said, Thema, set up a Zoom so we can talk to each other live in breakout rooms. I will try. I'll try. I'm not saying Black women should be the mouthpiece. In fact, I would agree that there should be multiple different groups and people talking about this, but that Black women specifically shouldn't talk about it publicly.
Right. Okay, I see what you're saying. And I mean, my immediate response to that is like, well, other groups of women are able to just not have that onus on them to feel the need to speak out. But as you stated before, there is that slavery aspect. Like this is, due to the remnants of dealing with post-slavery, where Black women have to operate in this fighting mentality all the time and being seen as unwoman. So I see what you're saying. I see what you guys are saying.
But my worry though is that to be seen as woman in the way that other groups of women are seen, there are people who think that by not speaking up, by being demure, let's say, that Black women will be perceived differently. And I'm not sure that's how white supremacy works. I do know individually how you show up can actually change how people perceive you and how people engage with you, but I don't know that the people who would have thought you as not human will see you as human because of your ability to mimic perceived whiteness. Um, I don't know. Or to engage in respectability politics in a very specific way. And I'm not pushing back. I'm saying I actually don't know.
Right. I would just say, like, for me personally, like, I think there's a bit of coasting on my side. It's not so much wanting to be demure as like whatever, the very demure, very classy, whatever, or trying to operate, like, oh, I have to act like a woman. It's just like I'm in my world and I know my specific needs. So I'm not, and truly, it's like I'm not going to fight for the needs of others. That's how I feel. Like I just need my needs, what I need in my life at the present, based off of my job and what like and really in America it's all about how much money you make. So it's just about making sure I'm able to put food on the table, pay my bills, and that's how I pretty much walk through life, really. So I don't know. I think this conversation is eye opening for me, but again, I don't know how much of the conversation is just mostly. I want to make sure I'm saying this correct, but like it's just like saying a lot of buzz phrases. I don't know if that's like an actual thing, but like, oh, Black women need to stop fighting. Black women need to rest. And I can't really visualize it, I think. Like,
Yeah, no, I mean, I think I can. I think when we think about activism generally, the first idea outside of the civil rights moving forward are like Black women, right? So when we're thinking about 21st century political actors from the Black community, we see a lot of Black woman faces. When we think about protesting police brutality, we see a lot of Black women faces. We talk about pretty much anything that we need within the Black community, we see a lot of Black women faces. And even in political engagement, we see a lot of Black women faces. And people online, feminists in particular, are very vocal about the need for equality. And intersectional feminists in particular about really engaging with, I'm thinking about Michelle Alexander here and the new Jim Crow book. The kind of work Black women do are very public facing when it comes to activism. And it seems Black women are very specifically about community and community building and helping, talking about all kinds of people doing all kinds of things and rights for these people and advocating for rights for them. And I think this is a general understanding of like how Black women operate. There are TikToks now about sort of if you're ever in need, go to a Black woman kind of thing. And the consensus around people is that Black women are strong and they're fighting for everyone, and therefore they will help you even if you are not Black. Um, and I don't think that's just coming from nowhere. I think that's coming from a sense of like Black women's political identity now. So I think that
It's time to
people
change
are
that.
saying, huh?
It's time to change. I don't necessarily, I'm not saying that I think we should change that, but again, it's just tiring. And where has it gotten? Where has it gotten us?
No, I'm not. Well, I was talking to I Came in Peace. I was,
Mhm.
because I think I Came in Peace is asking the question of like, she's saying people are just saying, like, stop being politically active in this specific way, but I don't see it. But I'm telling her that it is happening and people perceive it as happening.
Well, it ain't gonna happen no more. How about that? And that's what they don't like.
Yeah, who don't like?
Society, like that's why, with this blue bracelet type of this, and then you were saying how, oh, if you're in trouble, go to a Black woman. Like, go to the police.
Yeah. So
Uh,
that's the general. that's the general idea around sort of Black womanhood. The thing is, like, I'm not even asking, I'm not pushing back, because I think that maybe I'm coming from a very specifically privileged standpoint, and it's very difficult to say, oh, you should fight. So
To me, one of the, I guess, for me, one of the heartbreaks, I guess, is that when I picture the things that Black women have been doing, it is because, okay, just the greatness of our hearts, not necessarily like, I'm gonna help you because we know what it feels like to not be helped. I'm gonna help you because you're a kid. I've even had white people ask me, why are you doing XYZ for this white kid? And I'm like, because he's a kid. Because I want him to still have a, like, I don't want him to go to prison. Like, I don't want the Black kid to go to prison. So I'm going to still like pour into this child. And because it was from a place of care and concern and love for our fellow human being, it wasn't just for gain, in a sense. That's what makes it more heartbreaking. It's like, I did this because we're decent human beings and we know what it's like. And now the heartbreak that we're feeling is like, we are on our own. And especially now in the political climate, baby, if a Black woman cries out in the middle of the street, ain't nobody coming to save her.
yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
no,
I think,
wait a minute. Hold on now. No, if I see a Black woman.
No, I mean, I'm
Yeah,
saying,
and
when I say ain't nobody, I mean everybody else.
oh,
yeah.
okay, yeah.
Black
No,
woman
but
to Black woman, yeah.
I do want to make that clear that I am burning the cape, but I'm going back into the ashes to get that cape for Black women. Oh, the
Yeah.
sisterhood is on.
Yes.
Oh, but okay. But that's what I was asking, though. Whether or not being individualistic means at the cost of other Black women.
Oh no, I'm here 100% for Black women. I don't care if I see you on the side of, just walking
Oh,
to the
I don't
let me
have
give
any
you a
issue.
ride, like I'm here for you 100%. But when it comes down to like the activism, you're through. I'm not doing
Yeah,
it.
I don't know. That's what I was asking, though. Sorry if I messed up the question. That could be a me problem, but I was very specifically asking about sort of, are we saying that we are going to disregard Black women in order to be individualistic and benefit by
No,
ourselves?
we are all we have. Like and I see that we are all we have, and there's a lot of other other Black women who also don't see Black women as their sister either. So it is really hard. I'm just going to do my part to make sure that the Black women that I come into contact with, that they feel beautiful, and I give them that they feel that there is support from each other. I'm gonna do that on my part, the
All right.
smallest way that I can do it.
All right. Okay. All right. So there's no confusion anymore. I thought something very different.
I ain't
So
talking to you, RW. I'm talking about somebody else.
all right. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I think we are good now. I come in peace. You can have your closing statement and then we'll move on with the show, because we've been doing this for an hour and 30 minutes and I actually really enjoyed the game.
Thank you for
Um
having me, Themis.
that they
I do want to tell you that I love your show. I've been watching it
Oh,
for
thank you.
a while, and keep doing what you're doing. I'm gonna continue to stay tuned in. Thank you for having me and the conversation. Have a good night.
I enjoyed the conversation. I was talking about the game someone was trying to play in the comment, but thank you.
Okay.
I come in peace. You're muted. Final thoughts.
Yeah, great conversation, as per usual on this podcast. So yeah, thanks for letting me up, and I'll go back to trolling in the chat.
All right.
Bye, guys.
Bye. Bye. Indico. Bye.
Right. Like, I'm still thinking about the veneer text. I think it's going to be this time, because there's a lot of fighting that Black women have done that's not open and loud. But I think this time, as the world burns, I hope that we as Black women strengthen our bonds with each other, strengthen our unity with each other, and really start to see each other as a community of women. Because that strength that we've been giving everybody else, if we give it to each other, I think we're going to be even more amazing as we watch it all burn. I think we're going to be even more amazing if we just really get together. But right now, we tired. Don't ask us for nothing. Don't even ask me for peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Don't ask me. I'm tired. Let us rest. Let us regroup. Let us take a moment to really sit back before anybody starts asking us to do stuff. And we will do it in our own time, in our own way, and how we choose.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
That. Bye.
Bye.
All right. I appreciate you all. And yes, no, I could have debated, would have debated, should have debated, won't do that. I wanted to clarify things and I wanted to hear things. It wasn't about me and debating. So please get out of your feelings with that message talking about I don't hold anyone accountable. It's not about holding people accountable. I wanted to hear, so I heard. Thank you. All right. On that note, we're going to move. Apparently, there's this white lady, young lady, don't know her. She came out and she's accusing Black people of cultural appropriation. So let's get into it.
What the fuck? And before you start with me, yeah, it has to do with her race. Because this is a story about Vikings. Look at the real Astrid.
No, she said, look at the real Astrid. She said, look at the real Astrid. Let's zoom in on the real Astrid. This is the real. What part of this is real? what how you going? Girl, how you going to say, look at the real Astrid and then point to a cartoon? How is this possible? How are you gonna look at you should be happy someone who look like this. Period. Face card never declines. It's playing. Look at the real Astrid as nasty work pointing to a cartoon. like this is like you have to be kind of clinically insane for this kind of stuff. Look at the real Astrid. Anyway, let's continue. Look at the real Astrid.
Blonde hair, blue eyes. You know, people love to throw out the term whitewashed a lot, but I would really love to discuss what kind of color washing is happening to every live action movie that comes out now. Didn't need it. Definitely didn't need it. Still don't want it. And here you guys are.
The fact that she's mad that a character who is green, literally green, is wild to me. The fact talking about that, I need to get my Wicked ticket for this weekend.
And here you guys are basically making the Lion King live action with How to Train Your Dragon. Just because you hired real actors does not mean that you're not going to have to CGI half that fucking movie. That's not even the point. I was willing to let go of the CGI thing when you weren't going to do another race swap. What is so hard about staying true to the original stories? Do we have to keep reinventing them? Because obviously no one likes them. Except for the loudmouth stars that you choose to do them, of course. Because here is the new Astrid saying, I could never do America Ferrera's interpretation of Astrid because I am not her. Well, then maybe you shouldn't be her. Honestly, I think we're at the point where we can start calling this cultural appropriation.
Color washing is nasty. Like, none of this is funny, but the fact that she's so angry as if her anger is going to cause anyone to change anything. I've said this before. I remember saying this, but until we stop race swapping Jesus Christ, we gonna always have a problem. We gonna always have a problem. Whose culture are people appropriating, girl? Based on these cartoons, whose culture? For the Wizard of Oz, let's use you brought up the Wizard of Oz. Whose culture is being appropriated by making a green witch green? Whose culture is being appropriated? Who culture, girl? Let me know whose culture is being appropriated by making a green witch green.
You know, I was willing to let go of the mermaid thing and the blue fairy thing and all these things because those are just mythological, made up things. But now you're just distorting history so that you can effectively pander.
You want to see the history? You want to? Let me do a screenshot. Right? Let me pull this. This is the history, by the way. You're distorting history, girl. You're distorting the history. You're distorting history. The history. yeah. People say black people complain too much. Ain't nobody complain more than this woman. Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
I hear a lot of people complain that we don't talk about Black history enough. Well, yeah, maybe it's because y'all are busy stealing everyone else's history.
Guys, she is mad. She said, I'm going to kill any attempt at a meaningful career. I'm going to go full-blown racist. I'm going to go full-blown white supremacist, and I don't care. I care nothing about none of this. I'm just, black people stealing everyone's race is wild. Yeah, I would get into the sociopolitical sort of argument here and how this is literally impossible, like legitimately impossible. You can engage with the fact that Hollywood is attempting to pander to certain groups of people by not creating new characters. You can engage, but the people who are doing it aren't black. Let's be very, very clear. And the people they are hiring most of the time to do these acting aren't black. And if you come at me about Zendaya being black, we're going to have problems. Like, the fact is, and most of this is like funny to me. I'm not like losing sleep over what this random white supremacist has to say. It is in her face. Like, she's performing anger, right? She's performing anger. She is pandering to a very specific group of people because ain't no one that's angry that a green witch is green. A green witch is green. Ain't nobody that's angry about it. All right. So, let's continue on this note. Y'all heard that Malcolm X family is suing? Let me show y'all this. Now, every time I see Benjamin Crump, I don't have to say that. I don't have to say that. How many cases have this man won? How many cases have this? You know what? Let's just do it.
We here today officially announce the filing of our $100 million lawsuit against the United States government, the FBI, the CIA, and the NYPD, who we believe all conspired to assassinate Malcolm X.
All right. So, Malcolm X family, they're suing the NYPD and federal government agencies. He just listed them for 100 million. I think it was 100 million. That was the claim that they are making against there was the FBI, the CIA, the Department of Justice, and the New York Police Department. And they're suing because of the role they said the government played in the unaliving of Malcolm X. This is in 1965. So the argument again is that the government conspired to assassinate Malcolm X, and the allegations include like 5 different parts. It's the failing to safeguard despite imminent threat. So the government knew, they were aware of the threat, and they failed to engage appropriately to safeguard, Malcolm X, removing, so not only failing to secure, but also removing security the night of the assassination, and actively engaging to facilitate the assassination. There were questions around on-duty operatives failing to intervene appropriately, and then concealment efforts regarding, again, cover up after the fact, so that the government engaged to cover up a lot of things that happened. The issue here is that there's no new evidence around this, right? There's no new evidence, but I'm very fascinated to see where this is going. My only issue, Benjamin, like, there are certain people when I see them, um, I just feel like the case is for a photo op and a moment, and not as meaningful as it should be. But like, settling with the US government and not having a court say that the government was in fact wrong, I don't know how I feel about that, because I'm assuming that this fight is more than just money, but maybe it is money. And justice can come in the form of payment, but I'm assuming, well, there's a lot of things I'm assuming, and I probably shouldn't. So I'm going to leave my commentary there. I'm excited for where this is going to go. I would love to see the government and these agencies in particular lose in a court of law. Be that, even if it's civil, obviously. I would love to see that. So good luck to him, good luck to him. good luck to him. That's all I got. All right. In celebrity news, what are they need to get their reparations need to be at the forefront of discussion separately too. So Megan Goode and Jonathan Luther King. I hate that I sing this. Megan Goode, he out here doing the Lord's work with black men trying to get rid of child support. What a shame. Here comes salacious leak to destroy MLK's legacy. Well, here we go with MLK Jr. I mean, Jonathan Luther King. I woke up the other day to find out that Megan Goode is marrying, or agreed to marry, Jonathan Luther King. Megan Scott King. And I'm very confused as to why this is happening. And so I'm gonna need people to explain to me why this is happening. Jonathan Luther King's last 3 girlfriends before Megan Goode were white, right? And there's this conversation now about being the quote unquote cleanup woman. And whether or not this is real, whether or not this is PR, I feel like that is besides the point, because if it is PR, the only person benefiting from this is this man. I have yet to see how Megan Goode has benefited from association with this man. I don't understand why she chose to put herself in this position. I don't understand how you start dating publicly a man while he's going through a domestic abuse case. Like, I don't understand how you I don't understand how you engage with this. Like, I don't understand how you date someone who is doing this in this moment. And so I think Megan Goode is beautiful. I won't speak on her acting because I got dragged in my Discord. She got the ring, I guess, but she'd been had a ring before. Um, I don't know what to say outside of good luck to them. I hope she gets everything she wants. I'm gonna move on. I hope she gets everything she wants. The reason is like I don't have really good words, and in the absence of in the absence of good words for this beautiful young lady, I'm just going to move on. All right, and we're gonna move on from them to Tyrese. We're gonna move on from them to Tyrese. Before I play the Tyrese video, I found a video that I want to show y'all that I'm sure y'all saw already. This video.
My God, my Shayla, my Shayla. And ain't nobody showing up for me. I got all these millionaire friends. I got billionaire friends. I've been there for you. Why nobody's there for me? Oh my God. Oh my God, my Shayla, my Shayla. And ain't nobody showing up for me. I got all these millionaire friends. I got billionaire friends. I've been there for you. Why nobody's there for me?
Why I saw this video and just kept it on replay all day today. All day today I was watching that video. Anywho, so he came out because he had a message. Because one thing this man gonna do and men like him gonna do. One thing this man gonna do and men like him gonna do is fight about child support. Like, I don't care what you think this man is talking about. I don't care what you think. This man is talking about child support. Why does child support have these men in a chokehold? I get so many messages on my videos talking about I don't understand how the child support system is destroying lives. If you know the child support system is destroying life, why are you having a bunch of children? Why are you having a bunch of children? If you don't want to pay child support, why are you having children? Like, I don't understand. What do these people think is going to happen? But what do you want to happen? Is there a man in the chat that is opposed to child support? Because I need to talk to y'all. I need the author of Why Child Support is Unconstitutional or How I Stopped Paying Child Support Legally to come forward. Because I don't fully understand this. Who do you expect to take care of your children financially? Who? Who you expect to take care of your children? I don't understand how you think that you can control whether or not you pay child support or not. Just don't have children you don't want to take care of. It's that simple. If you're a man and you don't want to pay child support, don't have children. Let's hear what this man is talking about.
Mama number 1 and 2. If you ain't learned already, I ain't giving you like I fought to earn this life. I'm gonna fight to keep it.
No one is asking you to give up your life. Your children are a part of your life. That's part of what you earn. You fought to earn this life and have children. Therefore, now you have to take care of the children. Talking about you're not going to give these women nothing. And if you're going to marry him, you don't. Nobody care. The court going to drag you. You're going to fight in the court. Keep fighting in the court. I don't like people who come online and maybe he's having like an episode actually. Because I'm very confused as to why Tyrese is online crying about how he gonna fight to keep what he got. Like anyone, no one is telling you to go impregnate a bunch of women. No one told you to do that. No one is telling you you have to have kids. John Cena, is it John Cena? I don't know. One of them wrestling men came on and did an interview on Shannon Sharp, and he was like, "Look, I don't want kids, so I never had one." This man look like he 50. I don't know how old he is, but he look like he over 50, pushing 60. And he don't have kids. And he made a conscious choice to not have children. The fact that y'all out here crying and whining and moaning, nobody told you to have kids. Stop having children if you don't want to take care of children. Literally stop having children. It's possible. Someone said it wasn't wrestling. Girl, you're lucky I didn't say football. Yeah. Look, you're lucky I didn't say football. It's close enough. Someone, I think John Cena is 57. Well, I said he look. I never said his real age. I'm pretty sure. Maybe I didn't. But I said he look. In my heart of heart, I meant he look. In the deepest depths of my soul, I wouldn't have said he is something. I just look. And let's continue. Continue. Y'all are taking the conversation in a very different. Y'all taking the conversation in a different direction than I mean to. Ain't nobody age shaming or nothing like that. I just was like, oh, let me see. Let me pull in random age based on what he looked like. We're not doing this today.
Not giving it away to nobody. Ain't nobody gonna take this.
You want to know? You want to know if you want to know? You want to know how to vet? You want to know how to vet? Let me tell you how to vet. This is one way. This is how you vet. Any man you see, any man talking to you about themselves and looking off into space while saying nothing, chop. It's a chop. Because right now, Tyrese really think he deep, right? He really think he deep. Just going through it by himself, mind you. Look, I ain't gonna give it a, I ain't gonna give it. Ain't nobody care. Pay your child support. Pay. We gonna fight. We gonna continue to fight if y'all keep talking about how I'm mispronouncing words.
I'm gonna shoot, stab, and kill over mine. And I'm gonna protect this bottom line at all cost.
He said he gonna shoot, stab, and kill over his money, his bottom line. Isn't this a threat to his two baby mamas? Isn't this a threat to the baby mother? Sorry, this sounds like a threat to me. I feel like they should take this to the court and get some kind of restraining order. I promise, if I were any of them's attorney, we gonna try to get a restraining order quick, fast, and in a hurry. Particularly if you're trying to get money out of him. If any of Tyrese's baby's mother is, I think it's one, right, or two, I don't care. It don't matter. Whoever it is, if you are trying to get more money from him, if you all are in court, I would get a restraining order also. Because this is a threat. He's talking about protecting his asset and that he will kill for it. And he's doing this online. He's talking to someone very specific. Absolutely not. Absolutely lock him up. I've
earned it, and I'm gonna protect it. I'm gonna protect it as hard as I've earned it. That goes for all my homies, anybody in my family, anybody I ever marry again. If you think I'm about to just give it to you after I worked this hard to get it, you definitely got me confused. You definitely got the wrong one. Baby mama number one.
Girl, if anyone is dating you and don't know that they already have the wrong one, I feel bad for them. I feel like the moment you step to Tyrese, you should know, you know what, this is the wrong one. I feel like anyone, with all the information we know about him crashing out online, if anyone is dating him and don't already know mentally that this is the wrong one. Y'all remember when Tyrese wanted to have 1 million Dusty Men march on the court to not pay child support? This was like a year at least ago. And now he's still back online arguing and fighting with himself about not wanting to pay child support. The fact of the matter is, this is trash. The fact of the matter is, you have a child with your black queen, and now you need to pay. There's a I don't understand why people don't understand that there's like a preference tax. Like there I will always be out here for my jewels. Like, what do you mean? Give this woman her money. Give her her money. Give me my money, or whatever they say on TikTok. I hate that. I absolutely hate that trend, by the way. I absolutely hate that. Let's see. Someone said they wanted to see the comments. This man says, I never understand the backlash that he gets. Someone is trying to extort him and use the justice system to do it. Everyone should be disgusted by what's happening to him. What's happening to him? What is happening to him? What is happening to him? This man does not want to pay child support. Ain't nobody trying to extort this man. This man don't want to pay child. I hope they're dragging him in this comment. Let's see. I'm disgusted that he think we could help. Period. Me too. I'm disgusted he think we could help. Like, what the WTF we supposed to do? Period. All right. Girl, period. Drag. All right. I'm bored. Women, men should express themselves more because we love that. Men expresses himself. Some women, same women. Somebody take his phone away because I'm tired of hearing from him. Why is he always quiet and complaining? All right. Actually, I'm glad I went to the comments because I do need to talk about this. When people say express yourself, it doesn't mean you get to do and say whatever it is that you want. The assumption is that when you express yourself, you're doing so in a healthy manner. We don't say express yourself and then you start trying to fight someone. That is not how we say you should express yourself. How you express yourself does in fact matter. It does. It is what it is. If you are saying, well, this is how a man explains himself, don't. It's fine. It's fine. Just go ahead and go to prison. just if you have to be violent, whether physically or verbally, just no. We're good. We're good. Sorry, my camera is blurry. Let me turn it off and on and see what happens.
And two, if you ain't learned already, I ain't giving you. Like I fought to earn this life, I'm gonna fight to keep it. Not giving it away to nobody. Ain't nobody gonna take this. I'm gonna shoot, stab, and kill over mine. And I'm gonna protect this bottom line at all cost. I've earned it, and I'm gonna protect it. I'm gonna protect it as hard as I've earned it. That goes for all my homies, anybody in my family, anybody I ever marry again. If you think I'm about to just give it to you after I worked this hard to get it, you definitely got me confused. You definitely got the wrong one. Baby mama.
I'm sick and tired of Tyrese crying online. I'm sick and tired of Tyrese telling us all his business that literally no one asked. Like nobody, Tyrese, my baby mama want money. Nobody at all, Tyrese. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Nobody asked him Tyrese none of this. I know. Yo, sorry, I just saw something that I now need to show y'all. I wasn't planning on this, but now we have to. Why Jaguar right out here saying Chloe Bailey is trying to copy her? Yeah. Hello. Oh, Jaguar Ride. Let's play this. I want to know what.
Well, someone asked me where to get this t-shirt from because they thought it was Haley Bailey.
Yes.
And it's not.
Wait, what do you mean, Holly? This does look like Chloe. This not like Holly. Look, I think she meant Chloe. I think she meant Chloe. And this look not like this does look like Holly. This does look like Chloe. Sorry, this does look like Chloe.
This is me. This is 23-year-old Jaguar Wright, first photo shoot. But when I heard the girl at the store say, I love her, and I said, well, that's me. She said, oh, I thought that was Chloe Bailey. It got me to thinking. Now, me and Chloe Bailey's career has about 20 years in lapse, time, gap. And yet, she...
Oh, crap, I didn't realize there was music. My stream is done for. Ooh. Oh. We'll see. We'll play still. I don't care.
look like me. This is what they do to us. They turn us into a figure. They turn us into an archetype. They get the image that they know will work for the public, and then they keep creating replica after replica after replica in real time. Shout out to Chloe Bailey.
Is that Haley Bailey?
Yo, you know what I find fascinating? The fact that people really invest in her storytelling. That she will say nothing. Like, I've watched, I don't know why, I'm so sorry. I have watched so many videos of her exposing the industry, and she'll say something like, yeah, because you know what happens when they bring you there. And I know what happened, and we know what happened. And I'm like, no, like I don't actually know what happened. So could you can you enlighten me? Like, can you say something? Like, he is a demon, and I know he's a demon, and he did it. See, look what they did. Look what they did. Name random celebrity, random celebrity, random celebrity. Look at them. Look. All right. I mean, sure. She said this one time. Look at Chris Brown. Look at him. I was like, all right, cracked out. Yeah, that's what they do to you. I'm like, all right. Like, I don't know. And I've watched multiple of these where she's just like, there is a hinting of at something, but it's never really explained. Like, she's never said, Diddy walked into the room and Diddy did this to this specific person. For Diddy, she did. But like, she's never done it. Like, she's like Orlando or whatever the man's name is. You look at him. He was touched. That is wild, actually. That is wild. Let's just move on. Let's move on, because Jaguar Wright just confuses me. And there are people on the internet literally like hanging on to literally every word that she says. Every word that she says, which is wild to me. There's this pastor who said that their son is gay. So it's the pastor and the first lady, and they said their son is gay. For my Christians, I'm sorry. You know how I like to call my Christians. I actually want opinions on this. should I do this? I'ma do it. I ain't scared. I ain't friendly. Y'all try to tame who it ain't enough for y'all. So funny, got me looking at him sideways. It'll never be the same, mother. Old days fading, but my attitude stink. This is how I hype myself up. Because I'm gonna do something messy. All right, let's watch these pastors talk. I want to drop the link for a very specific question, but I don't know if I should be messy.
Son, absolutely love him. We believe the Bible. We teach the Bible, but baby, we're gonna love our son. And if you think you can't handle that as pastors, we might not be the church for you. He told me he was gay when he was 15. 15.
Yeah.
But we knew.
Oh, I knew already. I knew when he was 7. He thought I was gonna come in there and beat him up and put him out. So I went in there and told him I bust in his room. Boom, because I'm very dramatic. Boom. I said, you think I will put you out of the house because you're gay? I said, man, I love you. You're my seed. But I said, but I am heartbroken. I asked a set of questions. Was it any family member? Do you feel like he was born this way? And his answer was, he said, no family member done nothing. I said, I don't care if your granddaddy or grandma, anybody. Tell me who it was. He said, no. He said, I was in school. A boy pushed me up against the locker and kissed me, and I liked it. I said, Austin, have you had, relationship with anybody? He said, no.
And his brother's teasing. Like,
his brother's teasing.
He had a breakup during COVID, and he got really sad about it. And our middle son, Gerald, who acts just like him. I think I see him online sometimes. He's the crazy. He said, Austin, he said, these boys gonna take you down. He said, don't you let these boys take you.
Don't let these boys have you in a chokehold, man.
Our oldest son is gay. We tell our members and new members.
Thoughts. So one of the comments says, if he's gay, then he ain't my son 100. Obviously it's a dusty man. Whatever. Thoughts and prayers. All right, let's move on. I have a I'm so annoying. That's it. That's great. Kirk Frost had a message for us, and I wanted us to hear it.
Is Jasmine pregnant by me? I wouldn't know, okay? That's number one. Number two, y'all with this cheater. Help me out. Where was I, in a restaurant or something with a girl? Was I in the club? I mean, that's 9 years ago. Number one. Number two, my bad. Yeah, I fucked up during the time me and my wife were off. We weren't with each other for like a year. Which I got to tell y'all my business, because you motherfuckers is a cheater. Y'all just a cheater. Cheating where? Where are they? Excuse me. Oh, I was in the hot tub. My bad. Do you got to go to work? Oh, okay. Anyway, I'm waiting to find this cheater. And y'all think Rashida is so dumb. And Kirk is so dumb. And he's just a cheater. Where the f*** are the b****s that I'm cheating with? Help me out. The f***. Y'all motherfuckers is crazy. They keep cheating. I'm posting. My anniversary is coming up. My 25th year of being married in the f***ing industry. But guess what, babe? You gotta come over here too. Because they be always saying my old beautiful wife is so dumb for not breaking up her family. Oh, I got a question though. Who you at home with? I hope you got a boyfriend. I hope you do. I hope I hope you got a girlfriend. If you a dude, excuse me, I hope you got a girlfriend. Okay? Because I obviously see that y'all don't like happiness. And that is crazy to me. You know, I'm happy. Guess what? I've been in a long relationship with my wife. Yes, I have. Yes, she's beautiful. Yes, she's a great person. Yes, 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 all that. But guess what? In a marriage, you're going to hit a dark road. And not even one time. You better know how to get through that motherfucker. You better know the path. Because as much as y'all want to talk, Kirk this, Kirk that, Kirk. Bro, how you think your grandmama made it and had your mama to have you? You think ain't nothing happened? Because to my record, I've only had one thing ever happen in my marriage. And I begged to put your bank account up, find another. And find a black couple who the artist is a rapper. Oh yeah, Rashida didn't do enough for some of y'all because she owns her masters with her husband and she has billions and billions of streams and get monthly income for the rest of her life. And she don't own a label, nothing. And we don't put fucking songs in so many movies, United States of Terror, CSI Miami, fucking The Bobby Shop, Beauty Shop, Mall Cop, I could keep going for what the fuck are y'all talking about? Y'all should be saying y'all D-Lo, motherfucking Kirk and Rashida, y'all some motherfucking geniuses. Stop talking about some of this shit that's not real. Okay? Y'all just make shit up. That shit is annoying, yo. Like, yeah, we go through real life shit. We do. Yes, we have been through some real life shit, but that cheater shit, come on, dog. If you can't survive a fuck up, cash your ticket in.
All right, he said all of that. He said all of that, and I need y'all to come close. Come close, put your ear at the speaker, and listen to this first 5 seconds again. The first 5 seconds.
Is Jasmine pregnant by me? I wouldn't know, okay?
Wait. Wait. What do you mean you would know? Is Jasmine pregnant by you? What do you mean you wouldn't know? Rashida out there acting like she boo boo the fool, running around. Is Jasmine pregnant for you? The question is, the answer to the is she pregnant for you is I don't know. And your wife running in and out of the camera. Yeah. This don't make no sense. If she's pregnant for you, if she's definitely not pregnant for you, you would know. If someone is pregnant and it is not for you, you would know. You gonna know. I promise you. Hey. She just have this woman out here looking a mess. Oh, before I go to the Kendra G video, I'm gonna need people to stand up. I'm going to need people to stand up. I don't care nothing about Elon Musk. So Karuchi Tran is being shamed online. And I don't understand why. Sorry. I screenshotted the comments. So she posted a picture and Chris Bond liked it, right? All right. Everyone in the comment talking about she's strong, she need to spin the block. That man really loved this woman. What do you all call love? Like, I'm confused as to why people are like, oh, here's one of the comments. She is strong. I would have been folded for him. There is also others in the comments talking about how he really loves her. And I am confused as to like people's definition of love. And like, maybe this is just like online chatter that's like absolutely meaningless, but you don't hit someone that you love. You don't cheat and have a child on someone you love. You don't disrespect people you love. The way Chris Brown treated this woman, because every time we talk about Chris Brown being disgusting and toxic, people say, oh, Rihanna forgave him. Yeah, but we're talking about the restraining order that Karrueche Tran had on him, too. We're talking about the multiple women he abused. We're talking about his violent nature. We're talking about his colorism and texturism. We're talking about his anti-Blackness. We're talking about how he treats people generally, right? So, like, I don't like the discourse around Chris Brown online because it does feel a lot like a lot of Black women in particular. Let me get big for this. Sorry. I think Black women in particular uphold, uplift, and follow Chris Brown. I think most of his fans are the Black women that he continuously disrespects. There's nothing I can do about that, obviously, but I do think that it is fascinating that the person who is so toxic and evil to Black women on music in his section is the one Black women uphold. But separate from Black women, these biracial women that he mistreats, people somehow see this as love. And that's unfortunate. I think that's a real unfortunate thing that happens online where people are like, oh my God, he likes it, post, he's in love with you. No, this woman have standards and he doesn't meet it anymore, hopefully. In any case, we move on. Let's go to Kendra G. Kendra G. We haven't watched Kendra G in a minute, so we're doing this in what is this called? Instagram. So ain't no rewinding.
Who are you, love?
TT.
TT, where are you calling me from?
Atlanta.
ATL, what you do for a living?
I'm a fleet owner.
A fleet owner. You have any kids?
3.
How old are your 3 kids?
21, 17, 5. I mean, yeah, 17, 7.
Oh, 17, 7. Okay. All by the same woman?
Mm-mm.
How many women?
2.
2. Do you have a wedding ring on?
Yeah, I always wear my wedding ring.
Are you married?
Yeah.
What you calling me for?
She passed away, but yeah, I'm still married.
Your wife passed, then that means you're a widow or widower, right?
Man, I still say, man, I'm that, but I still say the same thing though. I'm married to.
Let me just say this. I don't believe nothing this man got to say. I don't be. The thing is, and maybe this is wrong. Maybe this is wrong of me. But unless you talk with a stutter normally, unless you naturally have a stutter, if I'm talking to you and you're stuttering after a question, I'm just going to assume you're lying. I'm just that lady ain't dead. Yeah, that lady ain't dead. That's my feeling too. Like, what do you mean? You stuttering? Maybe he doesn't know what it means to be a widower. You know what? Let's continue. Because they don't make no sense.
I ain't take my ring out till I find another way.
How old are you, TT?
47.
And what's your zodiac sign?
Capricorn.
All right, TT. What kind of woman you looking for, love?
Hey, man, she got to be bad, young. I don't date no old woman. No kids.
You have 2 kids.
I can have 2 kids. I'm a man. I can have 2 kids. So she can't have none. I don't deal.
I'm not dragging, but like the audacity to like be that and I want to know what fleet a fleet of what? He owns a fleet, but I want to know a fleet of what? I desperately want to know a fleet of what? He owns a fleet, and I need to know a fleet of what before I continue.
Women with kids. I ain't got time for that. Baby dad is a drama, all that shit. No, we ain't doing that.
So you're 47. You started off young. What's the age range you want to date?
about 21, 25, 20.
I feel like Kendra should have just removed him here. I think Kendra should have just removed him here. What do you mean 21, 25? At your big age. You're over 45 talking about you want a 21, 20. Oh my God. So you want a child. You want someone your children's age.
Sell probably no more than that right there.
Do you have a child that's 21?
That my daughter. That don't mean that.
So you would date one of your daughter's friends?
Nah, I won't date now with my daughter's friend. She can't know.
But you would date a girl her age?
Yeah.
And you don't think there's anything...
What's wrong with that?
Well, you don't think there's anything wrong with wanting to date a girl your daughter's age?
No, not really. No, she ain't under that. I'm good. 21, she grown. Ain't that grown?
Maybe English is not his first. Stop talking about his speaking English. English might not be his first language. You know what I mean? Like he might not be a native English speaker. So
I mean, listen, you have alcohol. This is a dialogue. I'm just trying to understand, right? And I like to understand the mindset. So I do know that men like younger. So that is what it is, lady. I hear that. Yeah. I hear that 1,000 times. You actually want to, we're going to both talk, TT. You want to go 20, you're 20, you're 47. So you want to go 26 years younger.
Yeah, something like that. I go with it. Danielle just messing around, but getting married. She probably got to be a little older than that getting married, though. Really, though.
That's what I was gonna say next. Is how could you marry a girl your daughter's age?
Nah, I ain't. I'm just playing around. I ain't marrying nobody that young.
We need the light, TT. We gotta see your light, TT.
Oh,
I don't know if she checks him on. I'm just playing around with someone who is 21. I'm not gonna marry them. That is disgusting, and I do hope she checks him on that. And the thing is, like, why would you come out and say this? Like, it feels like he doesn't even understand that this is disgusting. And because of his lack of awareness, it makes me feel like the people around him don't really engage with him about this. Like, it's fine. Or maybe they don't talk about it, period.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
So, are you looking for a fun time girl or another wife?
For now, just fun, So
you want her to be between 21 and 25?
Yeah.
What's your deal breakers?
Cigarettes, being on the phone all the time, stuff like that. I need a woman that's submissive. If she's
How are you gonna be mad at someone being on the phone all the time while also wanting to date a 21 to 25? He is fluent. No, not reading that. My bad. I should have looked at it first.
I ain't messing with you.
Date women your daughter's age. Gross.
Who that is? Who that was a he or she?
I don't know. I think it might be a woman, but I'm not sure. Truth Seeker 95.
Man, they mad because nobody ain't trying to date y'all because you're fat, you're out of shape, you're overweight. You can't get a man. You only gonna get warehouse workers, Dollar Tree workers, and Walmart workers. You just mad because you can't get top notch dudes like me. We ain't gonna look at you. If you ain't fine, you ain't pretty, your body ain't really banging. They make me turn my head. Somebody on my level, dudes like us, we ain't gonna talk. We ain't gonna.
Yeah, dudes like us is nasty work. Dudes like I do think he's top notch. I don't know what he's on, but that level of delusion I do aspire to. I aspire. I can't even drag him. At this point, I aspire to this level of delusion. This man can't even speak English, but girl, period. The thing is, you can tell I can understand his discomfort with his physical appearance, but I see it through like him keep moving his hat, going in the dark. Like, we see you. It's fine. Like, you're not the best looking or whatever, but like, you don't have to hide. Stand in the light.
Gonna look at you. Not one time. That's why you're mad.
Corvette said, ask him if he would allow his daughter to date a man his age.
Not for example 40. Yeah, I would, long as he willing to take, long as he can provide for and take care of.
That's not your age. Your age is 47. So you have a 21-year-old daughter.
No, I was 47. She's 21. No.
Okay, so you see it wrong for your daughter, but you don't see it wrong for yourself.
Yes.
Can you explain that? Why would you not? This is actually a great question. Thank you, Corvette, for this question.
The fact that she didn't naturally ask that question annoys me. The fact that Kendra G didn't naturally, you said, Kendra G was like, oh, so you would date someone your daughter's age. And he says yes. And she just move on. And to be fair, in the moment, things can happen. But I feel like the natural next question would be, so you would be okay with your daughter dating someone like you?
Why would you not allow your 21-year-old daughter to date a man your age?
Cause first of all, if he think my daughter her age at 21, 9 times out of 10 she ain't gonna be the only one. She's not gonna be the only one. He got somebody. He really more experienced than her. Cause first of all, it's gonna be difficult. That's my daughter, and I know other women. I'm saying I want to date 21. They got their ass too, but they probably feel the way I feel. But it just is what it is. But if he want to date her, want to marry her, and I know he can take care of her, he'll a top 10, top 5%, 15% dude. Yes, you got my blessing on it. Long as he.
All right, so he's struggling to talk and like, but like it's, I feel like these people are terminally online. You know what I mean? Like, because even him talking about top 10, top 20, go shut up. Like, no, ew. And so it is weird, actually. Please, my ears bleeding. My bad. It is weird though to see him sort of working through himself being an exception to the fact that he thinks it's gross, right? So like watching him kind of try to find a place, right, mentally to fit himself in, to not be grossed out by himself in the way that he's grossed out by his daughter dating someone his age is weird. And then he lands on, if the person my age was successful and was willing to marry my daughter. Mind you, he's not trying to marry the 21 to 25-year-old. Remember, Kendra asked him if you're going to marry this person, and he said, no, it's to have fun. So he's not the exception even in his own mind. He's just as trash as the men he doesn't want to go near his daughter. He is that man. Obviously, I'm not telling you anything new, but what I find interesting again is like him processing barely in real time what it says about him that he won't let his daughter do to him what he wants to do to someone else's daughter. I think that's interesting. It's meaningless, but I just found it interesting.
Doing what he's supposed to do.
Well, I feel like your natural reaction was your true answer, and now you're changing it. Because the thought of a 47-year-old man dating your 21 daughter, you naturally said no. That was your natural response. And then now you're trying to make sense of it because you know it's kind of hypocritical because you're 47 and you want to date a girl that's 21. So I feel like you talked it through to give yourself that answer. But genuinely, I don't think you would want your 21-year-old daughter to be with a 47-year-old man.
Well, that's just how it is being a parent. That's just sometimes it just is what it is. That was a good question. I really can't even answer that question though.
I think that was an excellent question. I didn't even like Corvette Crossroads. That was an excellent question because Honestly, T, that's where the discussions, the mindset that you went to when you thought of your 21-year-old daughter dating a 47-year-old man is the mindset we're all in. Like when you first said it, you even said 40, not my age. No. So that initial mindset you had when you said no, that's the mindset we have when you said it. So you can understand.
So I put to change my mind because
we're not having you change your, listen, you don't got to change anything. We're just having a, we're just trying to help you understand why we felt that way. That's all. You're gonna be you. See, you're gonna be you. Okay. This is my only interaction with you in life. I know we will never meet in life. We will never see each other.
You sure about interaction? You sure about that?
Oh,
I'm in places where I know it. I know a lot of
baby. If you there, I'm not. How about that one? If you there, I'm not there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we're not gonna be in the same place.
I might be mad at Kendra a lot of the time, but whenever she's dragging, whenever she's like, the only place you're not gonna be is if you're at you're the bouncer. That's just that is so wrong. That is so wrong. I want to let down my hair to show y'all what I did. I messed up my hair so bad, and I my hair is in twist, and so I lifted up and just ran the scissors over. Then I tried. Anyway, no. I need to show the Discord. I actually do need to show the Discord what happened to my hair. Because it was growing too, and I didn't even mean to. Anyway, because it was taking too long to twist. Right, all right. We have to go back to this now. All right. So, Passport Bros are back at it again. And Mediocre Tutorial and Review wants to, I knew it was bad. Sorry. I knew it was bad because my roots are dry. But like, I went to get coffee today and someone was like, oh, do you have like fake hair in? And I was like, no. And they were like, why? I asked why, and they were like, because all of it is just like, this is like a bob. No, I'm not going to show y'all. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Because I was stressed. Because I thought, you know, when you're walking, there are times, there are times when you're walking, it was snowing a little bit. The wind was blowing. I was cold. But like, you know, when you take down your hood thing, because I had this long thing, whatever. So you take it down. I took it down cold. I was very, very cold. But the reason I took it down was I wanted to like, what song was I listening to? I was listening to Paramore. Let me tell you what song it was. Still Into You. I was listening to Paramore, Still Into You, while I was walking. And you can tell me I wasn't in a music video. You can tell me I wasn't in a music video. So I'm walking to the store, and Paramore is playing, and like my hair is just blowing. My hair is like blowing in the wind. And like I was feeling it. This lady gonna stop me. And usually there's like a black woman. There's like a black woman who is always like, oh, you eating. Some black women always compliment me whenever I go out and I'm walking, right? She stopped me and I'm getting ready for my compliment, my daily compliment. She goes, are you wearing fake here? I don't remember what she said, but it was like, are you wearing fake here? And I was like, no, why? Do you like it? And it's like, no, it's just like the cut is just like all of them just like weird. She's like telling me that like she's like all of the haircut is just like weird. Like why would it just look fake? I think it's fake anyway. And then she just walks up. The way I put the way I pulled my hood on, the way I pulled my hood on will change the song and just like, because I was cold anyways, and just like, just. I was done. Girl, you can take that hood off me. You could not take that hood off me. So it was a day. I was very disappointed with myself. I think it hurts because I was waiting for my compliment. I just had this view of myself just walking and the snow falling and my hair blowing, and I'm just like, just killing it, like I'm eating. And she just like, pop. Yeah, no, I held myself. I put my hood back on and I just held myself and continued to walk. No. I should have played that It's Another Sad Love Song. I should have played that song and just kept walking. Anyway. All right. So we're back to this. The Passport Bros. She brought you back to reality. The thing is, no. It's not even that. It's just like realizing that you looked a mess the entire time you were walking, thinking that you were eating. I think that's the problem for me. Like realizing that, girl, you like, I'm walking and I'm like, in my head, I had this vision of just like this anime character with the hair and like just like really doing it. And realizing that all the people I probably passed on the way was like looking at me like, girl, who gonna tell him? She wanted, no, I will never forget that now. And you started playing, and tonight will be the night that I will fall in your emo. No, I should have played Another Sad Love Song and cried, but I didn't. I was strong. All right. What am I talking about? Oh yeah. So I need a second. Our Boulevard of Broken Dreams. That I should have played Green Day and just continued the walk. That would have been a cute moment. That would have been cute. That would have been, let me put that as a song like when I'm sad. I haven't Boulevard of Broken Dreams. Let me save that as my sad playlist. Because if that had come on, I would have eaten. Like I would have been sad, but like sad in like the emo kind of way. Like I'm walking, I'm sad, and I'm like, oh, but that song. Ain't no reason to do. All right. Let's do that. Let's continue. No, I actually do play. Like I like a really sad mood. I like a really sad mood. Sometimes I'll just get my hot chocolate, look out whenever it's snowing, and look out and just like really play those. Tony Braxton, I don't want to. The song I don't want to sing another love song, baby, or whatever. I'll play that and just look out into the distance and be really sad. think I have problems. Someone said, why? I don't know. Like, there are times when I'm like, I'll have my own dance party. I'll have my own sad moment. I'll have my own, like the teen angst moment. Like, I have it. I think they're cute. I like all kinds of emotions. For no reason. None whatsoever. Absolutely none. There's no issue. No issue. Like, I'll be sad. I'll play, get really sad, feel my emotions, and then go and watch some TV and laugh and do something after that. Okay, I remember what I was talking about now. The passport bros are here to convince you all that they're living the life and they're promoting the life that they're living. So this video in particular is entitled, Passport Bros Get Treated Like a King in Brazil. Now, I don't know what the word king means to a lot of people, but what I saw from watching 2 seconds of this is not king. This is not kingly character. Stop. Ain't no other way to transition. I don't know. I randomly remembered a story and I didn't know how to tell it. True. All right, let's play this.
Ok. Precisa de carne, amor. Já namorou gringo?
No.
A passport bro that went out to the Philippines, found a wife down there, and then was showing off his glorious life in this new land. For this passport bro video, I want to do this one just a little bit differently. I want to go down to Brazil with this young brother who's documenting what he's found. Without further ado.
Mostra pra YouTube, mano. Eu tô gravando. But yeah, he gonna make some meat for us, filet mignon, which is probably the best type of meat.
Olha só, vocês como porque eu amasso, tá? Eu vou comer quase todo.
So you're making this pudding, and I'm gonna see what it's talking about.
Se ela soltar rabo, o homem vai no chip.
Alright, so they got me trying some crazy shit. So they got whiskey.
Pra entreter seu amigo enquanto sua mulher passeia.
Vodka. I don't know what that is.
Is this the assortment of alcohol? Is this the assortment of kingly alcohol? Is this the assortment of kingly alcohol? The using of these women's bodies in this very specific way for content and the engagement. First of all, we don't know if these are paid women, ladies, right? We don't know if any of this is real. Everything online is not true. There are two of them there, so this person is not looking to marry both of these women. So it is interesting, his take on this. Like, what does it mean? I do have a write-up on this, but I don't feel like going into it anymore. Not this specific clip, but like the passport bros. Like, there is this very specific way in which women are being used to promote themselves, the passport bros, and sell to other men a lifestyle that is just very strange. Because if that is the kind of lifestyle you want, it seems very hedonistic, and it doesn't feel like something that anyone should be jealous of or want. And so, like, is this the core of what these men think is missing in their life in America? Like, you just want women wearing, scantily clad women moving around the house, cooking for you and taking care of you. It feels weird. Like, not only weird, it's like when you envision yourself as a king, you don't envision owning or building or developing anything. You just want women to look a very specific way, catering to you. And it feels like very base nature, like very low, very animalistic and not very thoughtful in terms of actually accumulation of power. Obviously, they don't care about power. They care about feeling good based on women being around them. And so it's like, are some of the stereotypes real? They're about to run. All I'm talking, and I didn't even read this comment that was on the screen. I didn't even read the comment that was just literally on the screen. It just feels very like low functioning, very, very base. Because even if you're putting this on, I assume they would put this man with his wife and a good family in a nice house doing something. Instead, it's just like this very degenerate way of like engaging. And it's interesting because it's on mediocre tutorial and reviews, and he's attempting to like rebrand as some kind of, I don't know what he's doing actually. Let me not. Let's continue.
No, sir. O que você vai beber?
Amor, eu vou beber. Eu queria muito beber champanhe, só que eu não tenho uma taça pra ele. Dá uma aqui pra minha amiga. Ela vai vir fumando com a gente.
Oi, tudo bem? Oi. Como você tá?
Tô bem, você? Ela tá trabalhando.
Trabalhando agora?
Ela tá trabalhando.
Assim? Deitada?
Olha como eu trabalho no Brasil.
Assim?
Tá fugindo da dona.
Eu te entendo. Qual é o nome? Qual é o nome? Sásia?
Cássia.
Oh, Cássia. Eu sou Jordan.
Ela vai vir mais tarde, talvez ela vai roubar o carro do pai dela.
Eu gosto dela. Ela é foda.
Você trabalha deitado e vai roubar o carro do pai dela.
She's a rebel. All right, I got a cup of whiskey right here.
Vamos tomar uma? Favoroso. Favoroso. Mas vai crescer, eu tenho convite sempre, te dou.
I'm so disgusted with myself. I'm so disgusted with myself. I am so disgusted with myself.
You're right, man. That's how we do it out in Rio, man.
You know? All right, let's address some of the things that I'm noticing within this video. Off the bat, you can tell that this is a young brother. He looks like in his mid to latest 20s, and he's out here in Rio de Janeiro having the absolute time of his life. There's two big bubble butt BBL Brazilian baddies in his crib right now, and they're on phone talking about another one is about to come through shortly. Now, there's a lot of people that's down in the comment section of this video that are talking so much shit, but I wanted to introduce this information out here, considering how dystopian the dating market is within the West, with all of the complaints, all of the issues, all of the problems, the gender war, and considering that men are just rational beings. If you present an opportunity or a time like this to them abroad versus dealing with modern day dating here today, they're going to make a rational decision if they have the ability to travel or the time. And let's also address that.
How is this rational? You spend your money to go over there to have 3 women around you doing what exactly? What exactly is rational about this? About using your money in this way? Someone said check the Discord. Yeah, look what they did in the Discord. Yeah, why did y'all do it? Why is the Discord doing this? All right, cranberry bliss. I'll try that instead of crumble. What? All right.
It's obvious as well. He's more than likely paying for these women time throughout a day, but considering the difference in what the dollar can do in
he's probably paying for these women time during the day. So you believe it's sex tourism, and you're telling men in America that considering what the dollar can do in America versus in Brazil, they should engage in sex tourism? Where's the FBI when you need them? The fact that this man is online and if you go to him right now and ask, hey, mediocre tutorial and eyes, do you know that you're promoting sex tourism? He gonna say no. He's going to say no.
In the States versus what it could do in Brazil, and also considering that they're eating at home, right? They went to the grocery store and now they're getting food. And he's actually paying way less, way, far less than the average American date here in the States. Let's proceed.
Okay, he's paying less for the food. Now, think about the ticket there, the ticket back. You know what? It is what it is. I'm not telling y'all not to go. Plus, the likelihood that you will be robbed. It's wild. This is wild to me. The fact that he is promoting this is weird. The fact that there are men online promoting sex tourism this overtly, and like the ways in which he was talking about dating while also saying he's probably paying for these women's time is weird. Like, why would you say he's paying for their time, but dating is difficult in America, so you're going to Brazil for prostitution? Like, I don't know if these women are prostitutes. They might just be very friendly women cooking for him in what they're wearing and have 3 of them. It just might be. If this is what men sit around and think about, like, I'm not saying you shouldn't want she a baddie, she know she a 10. I don't care. It's just like the fact that you're using this to sell feels like this is what men think about when they say they're kings and how they should be treated. And it removes everything that requires control, power building, goodness, kindness, like ethics. It's just very it's very sexual and hedonistic and low level. And that frequency, that place of operation feels like, in some ways, I wish we were beyond that. In some ways, I wish the ego for sexual gratification and to flex using women's bodies weren't the primary concern. Like, I wish there was more, right? Like, I wish this wasn't what was being sold.
All right, guys. So we had a good day, man. We just wrapping up the day, man. Okay. About to get lit. I think her friend is about to come over. Another friend of hers is about to come over. You know what I mean? We're gonna chill out here, drink a little bit, listen to some music. You know what I mean? Just catch a vibe, man. That's how we do it out in Rio, man.
Shout out to this brother. Enjoy your life. Say hi to her again.
Você vai vir pra cá? Você vai? Ah, sim. Que horas vai ir pra trabalho? 10 horas. Ah, 10 horas. Tá bom. A gente te espero. Guarda o pudim pra mim.
Save some for me.
All right, guys. We're here waiting on her friend to come. But you know what I mean? They're just out here chilling right now. We're just out here chilling. Hedgie Sugar free? Demorou com isso. All right, guys, you gotta get Red Bull. So, guys, she took it out the oven, but
they want to brag about using and abusing women. Yeah, this feels so weird to me that this is like how this engagement is being promoted as if it's good. This is like using women. Okay, maybe I have respect for people in ways that is so annoying to other people, but like, I don't know why I keep thinking this man, mediocre tutorial and review, is somewhat different. Like, he gives like nerd that built up. And so like there's a part of me that always, and I don't know why, but I always get surprised when he's like just as degenerate as everyone else in what he promotes. And like this, it almost feels like he's cosplaying to fit in with the rest of the men. I don't know why. Like, maybe I'm just hoping he would be better, but I don't know. Yeah, no, he's flossing for his own boy, trying to look good. they are using him further to exchange. Period. They should.
You gotta let it cool down a little bit. You know, it's a little too hot right now. Muito quente agora. Precisa. Desfriar. Precisa desfriar. Yeah, so we gotta go back in there for a little bit. Oh yeah.
Que coincidência.
A gente combina muito, né? Huh? Oh yeah.
What I also notice is, and this goes out to all the dudes out there that are trying to decide if they were to visit somewhere, where would they go, is that this brother right here has a dope command of their language, which of course is going to aid in the interaction, the vibes, the energy, you know, how well that his night is going to particularly.
He really does not speak Portuguese at all. But let's continue.
Go. And I know that my guess, at least right now, is that he's probably paying for their time for them to hang out with him. But also, I remember when I went to Thailand a few years back, and we had groups of women hanging out with us, and there was no money exchanged whatsoever. They were just so excited to be hanging around Americans, and that's just what they wanted to do on their weekend, was just to have fun with us. But what I'll also say is that, listen,
you were in Thailand, and a bunch of women just wanted to hang out with y'all. All right, girl. Okay. Okay, Thailand. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Men got to be careful, you know, when they're going into foreign countries like this. You know, you got to be careful in the States as well, but a lot more in these countries right here where, again, the money difference is so different because no matter how good the vibes are, they're cooking food for you, all right? They can just go and slip something up into the meal without you noticing. Some of these women will absolutely do that, so he's got to be a lot more careful.
He got to be a lot more careful. Definitely. They're literally cooking for him with all the examples and warning from the U.S. government. The federal government put out warnings about traveling to these places and not going on dating apps, and also being careful about people getting spiked and robbed. He's sitting up there smiling while they're cooking for him. This man ain't learned nothing. He is open, ripe for the picking, ripe for the period. Talking about women, quote, women in Thailand. All right, girl.
Eu posso passar de não pode. Não posso. Pra 5 minutos, 10 minutos, então não vai, já fica esse cara aí.
Okay. Okay.
Para, menina, vai falar, que eu já fico em cima do...
Que isso? Que isso? Oi, amigo. Adi, meu amigo.
Meu amigo?
Deixa eu falar com ele. Eu quero falar com ele. Let's get this shit rolling, man. All right, guys, so I think it's finally ready, man. Qual tipo de sobremesa é essa? Pudim. All right, guys, so this is pudim, which they say is like a cake, but it looked like, I don't know, they called it pudding for some reason, but it looked like just a regular cake, but I guess it got like a different texture. Sim, olha aqui. É delícia. All right, guys, so they're in here making the food right now.
I'm annoyed, but like I'm looking at the kitchen, I'm looking at the surrounding, and I'm looking at the title saying "Living Treated Like a King," and I'm trying to understand where the king part is, because it does look like a trap house. My friend has it looks like no, let me leave that alone. Because like I would go to like a villa in like, if I'm doing this video, I would be like in more like like if you go rent and have time and pay for people's time and you're gonna do it, just actually do it. Get like an actual like house or a villa and like sell the fantasy. Y'all living in a trap house is wild. Not get treated like a king. To be fair, he didn't say he was being treated like a king. Mediocre tutorial said he's being treated like a king. But it was weird. It's like, all right, girl. I mean, that just looked like y'all in Bankhead. No, sorry. Look like y'all in Bankhead in Georgia.
I'm gonna show you how to steak. Look, esse aqui é filé mignon. Você fez isso?
Okay, now that looks good.
Eu com filé mignon.
O filé mignon aqui, ó.
Eu gosto disso. Filé mignon. Ai, eu já vi.
I hate when people make cooking, like making beef, and they have a bunch of oil in the pot and frying, and they keep turning it. Like, I ain't eating that. I'm not sorry, it's a very specific thing. And I know there are a lot of people who like oil instead of butter to make their beef, right? But that just looks like a waste of beef to me. Sorry, it's just a random. I've always had this weird. Ugh.
That was the third girl. That is fully gone. Eu já vi. Look at that. Ooh. So guys, look at this filet mignon with the rice right here. It's about to go crazy. Going crazy. Look, you already eat. But yeah, this filet mignon is about to go crazy. Caralho! É bom.
Caralho, eu tô experiente no Brasil.
É muito bom mesmo. Você arrasou.
Yo, for a young man in his 20s, you're not looking for a relationship, and if your life is in order, you're making decent money. And it seems like to me he's actually making real connections with the women that are out here in Rio. I mean, just
you can say you think he's making real connection with the women out here in Rio, while also saying he's paying for their time. Oh, you don't know how this works, right? How are you? Oh my God, maybe he doesn't actually know how this works. If you're paying for their time, it's unlikely that you are making, quote, real connection with the women that you're paying for their time, that you just assume they're paying for their time with a bunch of I am going to do it. If you're a young man in your 20s doing well and you don't have any children, continue to build for your future and don't spend money to go overseas to trick off, that's the phrase, right? Trick off on random women overseas paying for their time. What do you mean? Like, he's like, if you're a young man in your 20s doing well, go overseas and pay for women to have to, like, engage in sex tourism. What? No, don't do that. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. You are one mistake away from not coming back, being drugged and robbed, getting all kinds of please don't do that. If you're going to go to Brazil, go there and have fun and live your life and learn the culture, do something, have fun, come back and continue to build your life. Like, what? This is kind of weird and sick. Ew.
even think about purchasing chef services in your crib for one night to cook you filet mignon and rice. Think about the amount of money that would be. I mean, shit, most of the women that I come across in the States, when you ask them questions about cooking, they look at you like you crazy. Like one of the last chicks that I dated, she didn't even know how to make eggs. But for all the women that are down up in the comment section of this video, and as well as my video, maybe, tell me, what is it that makes you hate this type of a lifestyle? Especially when most of y'all, when you see a sister abroad, having fun, utilizing her passport, finding dudes abroad, y'all salute her, but you talk shit on this guy, doing his damn.
No, we're not. I'm not talking mess on him. I'm talking mess on you saying passport bros get treated like a king in Brazil. That is a weird title when you think that he is paying for them to be there separately. Both men and women going overseas for the specific purpose of paying for other people's company is sex tourism. It's not a good thing. It is weaponizing American imperialism vis-a-vis the American dollar and the exchange rate. You can literally go to another country and appreciate the culture and enjoy it without engaging in this very specific way of paying for other people's bodies. That is weird. So, like, what do you mean? Oh my God, why are y'all mad about this man? It's not. And I'm also annoyed at the way in which you are promoting this lifestyle, in particular for young men who might be doing well and doing something with their life. That is weird. Don't do that. You're setting them up to fail. You're setting them up to be robbed or used or get something that they can't give back. I don't like this idea that you're telling people, oh, if you're in your 20s doing well, this is good. That's weird. That's weird behavior. Also, why do you want random women that you know, Black women in particular, to cook for you when you just met them? No, absolutely not. That's the first thing. Second thing is, don't put this at the feet of Black women. Ain't none of these women in this room Black. Ain't none of them Black. Ain't none of these women Black. So if if he could not get a woman in America at all to do this for him, it's not just Black women. Black women aren't the only ones in America. So that's weird.
Damn thing abroad. And the answer to that question is that it's easier for you to shame men that want to live this lifestyle in lieu of trying to fix yourself. Men are generally simple and rational.
What about, so you think women in America, driven women who need to have career, should do this? What exactly is this? You literally said they're being paid for their time. You literally said they're being paid for their, you literally just said it is most likely the case that they're being paid for their time. What exactly do you want women in America to do? To become prostitutes? Is that what, like, you forgot the part? You forgot the part where you said they're probably being paid for their time. And you were saying this is what men want. There are prostitutes here. They probably can't afford them.
If you present to them a better product at a lower price, then why would they not take it?
Women on products, and the fact that you see women as products or use that metaphor at all is also part of the problem. And also, but let's be very clear, no one is telling you not to live this lifestyle. Just know that when you live this lifestyle, your consequences are your own, and I don't want to hear you crying and moaning online about either being kicked out of a country, being robbed, unalived, and all of that, because you're promoting this idiot. This is so idiotic to the point where it's like talking about it feels weird, but I'm only talking about it because it's coming from mediocre tutorial who position himself to be somewhat logical. He's not, because he's contradicted himself way too many times in this video too. Logic is not in the room with us. So I don't understand why he's doing this outside of like content. And I do actually, this is a larger problem, critique of content. Like, there's certain things that's just not content material. They're not. Like, kids being abused, for example, the fact that that has turned into an online content cow is actually really sad.
All right, let's finish up.
Muito bom. Muito bom. Esse comigo.
Obrigada, amiga.
I ain't gonna lie, this filet mignon is crazy. I ain't gonna lie. Nah, they know how to cook, man. I ain't gonna lie, they know how to cook.
And you want to know something? I hate when people are like new to certain things and they just keep repeating it. Like, just say steak, girl. Just go ahead and say steak. Ain't nobody got time. Like, it's sad because, like, I think there is a part of this where, again, these men are screaming for attention. And it's attention not in a bad way. I think a lot of these men want to be seen. Like, he doesn't know what he's eating. He's trying to flex on other people, but like, he doesn't have it to flex. Or if he can afford flexing, he doesn't know what to buy, right? So what we are seeing in this video isn't a flex. To anyone who's ever traveled anywhere with any kind of larger budget, this is not flexing, right? So I think the deeper problem here is the unhealed. This is just my observation, and it doesn't have to be true. The unhealed little boy in him that wants to be seen can only find this version of being seen. And so, like, I do have some empathy for men who feel lost and feel like they don't have a place in the Western world because they can't afford to live here. And they don't know how to engage with women outside of seeing women as quote unquote products. And as products, they're overseas trying to get what they believe to be, and this is in the pejorative, the cheapest product. For they're trying to get more bang for their buck, which is how they view women and how they engage with women, and therefore these women to them are products and props to be purchased and used in video for content and then pushed aside after they are done using them. This for me is an unfortunate reality, because it's like, okay, maybe you do need to work on yourself and figure out why it is that you need women to be products for you to be human enough to engage, for you to purchase them. Maybe they're not for purchase. And I do actually, like, I know, like, I'm not even asking y'all for empathy here, but like, I just find this really sad. I find it really sad that he kept saying "femme mignon." I find it really sad that he's like thinking this is a flex. I find it sad that this man is promoting it to other men. And I find it even more sad that young men who might be doing something with their life, but it's kind of toxic, will see this as a way to live their life because it's being promoted as good, when nothing about this is good. Nothing about this is good. Nothing about this is uplifting. Nothing about this is logical. Nothing about this sets you up for success in any meaningful way. It's just like you are going overseas to purchase access to women. It's called sex tourism. It's called sex tourism.
I'm gonna try to find this brother's YouTube channel. If I can find it, I'll put it down in the description box down below. But on IG, he's known as Don X Banks. But just as I said, it's not all sugar, sweet, spice, and everything nice when you're going abroad and you're traveling like this. I'm gonna go over another story right now of a brother who regrets ever going abroad.
Brazil are investigating after a Minneapolis entrepreneur was found dead on a potential business trip.
43-year-old Dwayne Morris was the president and founder of Blue Waters Consulting and Seoul Community Development Corporation. As Rich.
The way I didn't see this part of the video, the way I didn't see this part of the video, this is so wild that after promoting the lifestyle, he adds, because what he's doing, what he's doing is setting it up so no one can blame him. He's setting it up so no one can blame him, because he does put a warning way at the end of his.
Chapman reports the Roosevelt High School graduate had strong ties to the community.
He's a fun partner to have.
Tamitha Richmond says her life partner, Dwayne Morris, made everyone he met feel as if they were his best friend.
He has a way about himself where everybody believes they're the most special person. So when he's interacting with them, this last week, the amount of people that told me they're Dwayne's best friend, or they're a brother to them or a sister to him, and don't actually have that blood relationship. And that's really about how he showed up in his relationships. And we were well aware of the things that were necessary as you become an international traveler.
That's why she has so many questions about what happened in Brazil.
It doesn't make sense. Dwayne was in the country less than 24 hours. He had not yet even spent the night in Brazil.
Dwayne was found dead in his rental home in Brazil. His family, as well as authorities, suspect foul play.
Now, what the news story doesn't go over is that there is alternate footage from the hotel that this husband was staying at when he brought several women back with him to his room. Shout out to Splashwave TV for the content.
So, so a husband/partner goes to Brazil and brings a bunch of women into his room, and then he dies. I guess that's why the partner is just talking about it like, girl, I don't know. She like not a tear was shed. She said not a tear was shed. Like I'm confused. Like I'm so confused. Why not open with this? If you cared, why not open with this after you're sitting there promoting this whole thing? The entire time he's showing that other man on the stream. He's like, this is. It is weird to not put that up front while you're promoting the lifestyle. This man literally said verbatim, if you're in your 20s, you should be and doing well, you can live this lifestyle. You should live this lifestyle, right? Then he adds, like, why are people mad at people living this lifestyle? That is a weird sentiment. That's a weird sentiment. And then in the same video at the end, you go and drop the news clip. Like, I don't understand. Like, what? Why would you do, like, I don't understand the thought process here. Because, like, if you're a man, imagine being a man watching this and watching all of it. You're like, yeah, I'm going to show these women. I'm going to go to Brazil and I'm going to be treated like a king. And then at the end, there is this, oh, whoopsie, whoopsie. Like, I don't, like, I'm not laughing at the situation. The situation is sad, peace and blessings, more power, RIP, all of that. But, like, this setup, this, this setup is wild.
This is Leticia Clara Bento da Silva. 23 was identified by Brazil's civil police as one of the suspects in the so-called Good Night Cinderella scheme that targeted the 43-year-old American tourist in Copacabana on August 8th. The scheme involved drugging the unsuspecting man and taking his money and belongings. They got a name for it. It's called Good Night Cinderella. The second suspect has not been identified, but police have obtained photographs of her from surveillance footage, according to local news reports. Okay, so let's play this video. It shows them out at a restaurant. It's two people. Remember, I said he didn't travel to Brazil alone. So as soon as he landed off the plane, he met up with these women and they met up at a restaurant. Okay, so holds her hand out, starts caressing her,
Now, this woman has been arrested multiple times for the same damn offense of this Good Night Cinderella shit. And what happens is that they put a drug into the drink, but these women are not pharmacists. They don't know how much to put in. So they'll put too much in and it stops your heartbeat. I think it's important that when I show videos like this, I go over the good as well as what could be the bad. And that's because, I want you guys to know the full, like the totality of the situation so you can make the best decision for you. If I didn't do that, then I would just be placating to your emotion.
Hear me out. Tell them to not do it. Unless you know how to prevent the Good Night Cinderella. Wait, what do you mean you're going to tell them the good and the bad? Most people aren't going to watch it till... If you're going to do this, for real, literally do it up front where you tell them the issues that they might face up front. Literally put the big warning on there. You can't just play all that video and then at the end where people have already checked off of your video, you say, oh, I'm just giving you the full scope so you can make an informed decision. Or, hear me out. Don't engage in sex tourism. Literally don't do it. Stop. Don't, no, not good, terrible, death, Good Night Cinderella, scheme, happening, don't engage. You can do that.
But we go over the real over here and we provide solutions for the everyday man. Guys, leave your comments down below.
Wait, where was the solution? Wait, where was the solution? Okay, y'all can do it or not do it. Good luck. That concepts of thoughts and prior, Steven. Do you want to know something? It is really sad. They're not here, so none of these men gonna hear this. None of them gonna hear this. It is unfortunate that it is true that these men making content don't care about other men. You cannot convince me you care about other men when you just did what you just did. I'm here for solutions. Where are these solutions, girl? Good Night Cinderella sound like a really nice video I need to do. I won't. Good. Hey, whoa. Hey, anywho, I'm so confused. Why would you tell young men who you think are doing well to go engage in something that could potentially have them unalived in a foreign country? Like, young men doing well are the ones we should praise and uplift. Like, we don't, in the Black community in particular, like, it feels like we don't have a lot of young men doing well. So to then suggest to them that they should be engaging in sex tourism, like, the funny thing is, I'm not even against you going overseas and enjoying the place, falling in love and doing whatever, but like, you know that there's a specific group of men going to these countries that are being unalived, used, drugged, stolen from. And instead of like engaging with that meaningfully, you made your content about telling them to do something that could have them harmed. And I know, like, I'm supposed to be like, oh my God, do it, ha ha ha. But like, this is actually serious. You're playing with people's lives. And I think a lot of men might look up. No, they don't. They don't look up to him. I don't think men are online looking up the mediocre tutorial. And I think he knows that. Anyway, let's move on. I don't know why I just said that as if like any man, anyone. I feel sad. I do. I kind of do feel sad for these people. I do. Because, like, you putting that there is only, like, he knows that this could happen. And he's covering himself in the way the No Fugazi guy covered himself, where then they can find a clip of them saying, see, but I warned you. I warned you. But why not actually warn them? Like, if this is a thing, just, like, actually warn them about it. Like actually do a video warning them. Don't like promote the lifestyle and then at the end of you promoting it and telling young successful Black men to go do it, you add, oh, by the way, they might unalive you. Good luck. Bye. Ugh. That's sad. That is sad, but that's not my cross to bear. And that ain't my burden. That ain't my burden to bear. All right, let's go talk about Dr. Bryant and her response to the dust that has kicked up in her direction. Book club, yes. We're gonna have our first book club meeting. I was thinking next weekend, but because of the holidays, I might announce it in the community tab. But we are reading the Meditations by Marcus Aurelius. And I'm going to do the first 2 or 3 chapters. Well, you know, you've read the book, hopefully. And then we'll discuss, but we won't do it online. We'll do it in Zoom meeting. I'll record the Zoom meeting and then post it also for the rest of the people in the book club who can't make it. All right. Cool. True. All right, we can do this too. We can read Kiki Palmer book because I was actually interested in it. Kenny, don't come for me. All right, let's do it. Thank you all for being here. We're going to go into the after show to watch this. I hope this live stream was reminiscent of the old live streams. I was trying to get back into that. So thank you all. Let's get into this. Let's do it. All right. Sorry. Someone said I'm tired of seeing Dr. Bryant.
World ablaze, the internet is storm, and making sure everyone is high functioning. The one and only Dr. Cheyenne Bryant.
Thank you, Nick.
Yeah.
You know,
we got hug it out to tell the world that we love each other.
You know, shoot.
No, I mean, the world. I mean, it's funny because like I think obviously once we sat down, people were talking, they were engaged, they were excited, and then
Which is the purpose of this platform you have. So
exactly.
it served its purpose.
Yeah,
Great job.
Thank you likewise so much. And then obviously you went across the waters or across the country to my brother Cam Newton and sat down with him, which I thought was another phenomenal conversation. And I mean you really laid it.
Let me tell you what Nick Cannon has that Cam Newton doesn't. Self-awareness. I think Nick Cannon know he's trash. I think Cam Newton is in denial about how trash he is. And I think that's the difference, which is actually quite bad because it makes Nick Cannon very endearing while being trash. Because please remember, Nick Cannon is the same person that talk about how he manipulates women to get what he wants. But in conversation, and as a host and a speaker, it is easier to digest what Nick Cannon does because Nick Cannon has a lot of self-awareness, and the way in which he does his humor, where he doesn't have to lift himself up, in fact, he can put himself down, it actually does make him easier to listen to and trust. Where, look, if Cam Newton trick you, to be fair, if Nick Cannon trick you after everything that's out there about him, whatever, but he does have charisma. Cam Newton does not. Cam Newton does not. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Both of them are trash. Both of them are, but I think one of them is aware and has fun with it, and I think is saddened by it. I actually think Nick Cannon is saddened by it, but he's not going to change nothing about it. Whereas Cam Newton refuses to acknowledge how trash he is.
Down there, and I think it made it even more clear. And I think based off of y'all discourse, more people even got engaged in our content, and it became.
I don't agree. I do not agree. I don't think Cam Newton knows he's trash. I think Cam Newton thinks he's a good man. He's a good man, and he deserves the world, and he deserves women bowing to him. And what he's doing to women is not reflective of his character in his mind. I don't think he knows. I don't think he believes he's a bad man. I think whenever you tell him, someone said, what makes Nick Cannon trash? All the broken homes he's created, the fact that he's having children grow up essentially fatherless, because it is impossible for him to be a father to all them kids. Impossible. And I think that is trash. Now, for the women who are going to Nick Cannon, I blame them. But for most of the women who he's manipulated and admitted to manipulate, he's trash for that. Yep, he sure is. He sure is. We sat here and listened to him talk about how he tells women what they want and manipulate them and then bend them to his will and then discard them. So that part makes him trash. He is trash. He knows it too.
The topic of all social media on many different levels. And so I commend you on, all that you've been doing, and like now I see you everywhere. And tonight's conversations and television. You already always been on television. I mean, all the stuff that you had, previously done with like MTV and various spaces. But even now, I mean, your name and now your mantra and your pedagogy is touching global horizons. So I think it was only right for us to. I mean, we was always going to sit down because of our relationship anyway. Right. But I think now this low functioning, high functioning conversation is.
And the high value, low functioning conversation.
Yeah, because and that's another thing too. The difference or the distinction between high value, high.
By the way, I hate all of these high functioning, I don't care. Her making it up means she's just a part of the whole foolishness too. Don't care nothing about none of these phrases. Don't like none of them. Think all of them are trash. There is no distinction. Any distinction they're trying to make is them being absolutely useless. Don't care nothing about none of these words. Just be very careful. Like, I'm trying to be as clear as I can. I think all of this is trash.
Functioning, low value, low functioning, because I think those terms get thrown.
They get mixed up.
Absolutely. And people get offended or may not have full understanding. So we're gonna clear up all of that stuff. But I definitely wanted to just check in with you and see how you've been, because again, I think we're in a different space from when the last time that we sat down.
We are.
So you good? Everything how's life?
I was really good, and I am extremely good now.
Yeah.
Internally, I'm a house that has a lot of God's peace and a lot of joy inside my home, meaning myself. And so I carry that everywhere I go.
Yeah.
So that can't be taken because it's mine, right? And what's yours, people can't take. And whatever you bring to the party, you always get to enjoy. So you're not codependently waiting for somebody to bring your joy, your peace there.
Right.
Okay. And so for me, I'm very happy. It's been an uproar. And just my DMs on fire, my emails on fire.
Personal DMs or business DMs?
Both.
I think like even one of the ones we posted about, getting married, and so people was hitting me like, I'll marry her. I was like, all right, she over there turning up.
And it's like, but she's high functioning. Can you handle it?
Exactly.
But no, it's been really good. I'm now on a speaking tour all the way up until next year, January 2025. My book, Mental Detox, was already the bestseller, and it is now reselling and becoming the bestseller. So that's
and I'm pretty
amazing.
sure you got a new book coming, High Functioning, Low Functioning or something.
I got to start that one, but the new book is called The Wilderness, and it talks about, it kind of uses Noah's journey as a metaphor for freedom, and to get into the Red Sea, it's splitting. And then when the Red Sea splits, you end up in the wilderness for
Sorry, my bad. Oh my god. So I don't know how to explain it, but my bad. I didn't mean to. I did. In truth, I'm annoyed. Generally annoyed. I won't explain that any further, but I don't mean to. I'll redo it.
40 years, and from there comes the promised land. But the wilderness and the promised land not being a destination physically, it being a mental and an emotional space that you will yourself in. And so we can be in any place we choose to. We cannot be in both because they can't coexist. And so like for myself, I'm in the promised land because I choose to, but there was a time where I was in the wilderness as a result of my dysfunction, as a result of my inability to manage pieces of me, because see, we don't change, we shift. And so when we shift, we still have to manage the parts of us that don't serve us. And so am I still the little girl who has abandonment behaviors that can inflame? Yeah. But the woman in me manages the hell out of her. And so unless I give her permission to come in and do what she does, and she comes in with finish him, she doesn't. And that's because I've healed her. I have a relationship with the little girl in me. And I realized from just her showing up in past relationships that there was no place for her, because she would come in and sabotage. She would come in and bring in ideas and arguments and insecurities that I didn't have as a woman. So I was dealing with a duality of myself, which many of us are dealing with, the duality of the little girl, little boy in me.
I can't maintain a smile. I'm so sorry. I'm not going to try.
And this adult in me, so I'm evolving while I'm growing, right? But also I'm grieving the parts of me I'm leaving while I'm celebrating the parts of me that I'm evolving into.
Right.
And that's a hybrid situation in itself that a lot of people get stuck in.
I'm so glad you said all of that, because I mean, even obviously, we are a slave to the comments, and I definitely want to dive into, because there's just so much inquisitive conversation about who you are, and the fact that when we get to hear about that in the wilderness and where you came from and how you got to be so high functioning now, and kind of speaking in such a way that you know what you want, you know who you are, and you're also willing and ready to help individuals who are working through some stuff. So I love it all. I can't wait. Dr.
But I gotta say,
go.
No,
what you gonna say?
I gotta say really quick. I gotta correct one thing. I'm a hybrid, meaning I'm high functioning, but I also am able to facilitate low functioning, because the low functioning parts of me are what I manage. And when I can't manage the low functioning parts of me, I have to have a partner or circle of wealth. Circle of wealth are friends. It has nothing to do with money. It's the things that are most valuable, which is your friendships, your family, your support system. Money can't buy. That can also facilitate me when I happen to dip low. So there's no such thing as being 100% high functioning, because then you're a robot and you're not human, right? And so it's about having the balance of, I'm high functioning enough to not personalize you when you have a difference in opinion, not personalize you if you're my husband and there's things you want to do that I don't understand, but since I chose you, I trust you, I'm rolling with it, right? So I'm high functioning enough to say, baby, I don't know about this, but
I think this woman just loves to talk. I think this woman just loves to talk. Like, ain't nobody got time for all this. And I don't say that with no disrespect for gender at all. It's just like, I don't like people who just talk and don't add anything new. Just like, she's just talking. I hate the whole high functioning, low functioning, you functioning, me functioning, we functioning. We don't care. How about that? How about function some we don't care? Team has never played poker. Oh yeah, no. Girl, I went to court. What? No, let me leave that alone. Ain't nobody got time for that story.
but I'm gonna roll with you because I trust you to take us to the promised land, but I trust me to have our back in case we end up in the wilderness.
Yeah.
But when my low functioning parts come out and I go from, can we talk about this? Or I gotta set a boundary to, excuse my language, y'all, who the fuck you talking to? You understand? Wait a minute, baby. Baby's in her low functioning. We both hybrids. Let me facilitate her here, but let me not dip low with her. So now we're at war.
Yeah.
Now we're at war. So I'm a hybrid, y'all. I'm not perfect.
I'm a hybrid too.
Let me just say, if you tell me who the F you think you're talking to, please note I'm matching your energy. I may or may not curse back, but you're not about to talk to me like that, talking about and expect that I should recognize you're in your low functioning and I should facilitate. Ain't no facility. If you curse at me, we're done. And you're probably getting dragged too verbally. What do you mean? No, you don't get to curse at me. You do not get to curse at me. As a friend, as a partner, as a whatever, you don't get to curse at me. That is, I will end a friendship or you do not. Nope. I will never curse at you, and you don't ever get to curse at me. Point blank, period. Talking about if I say, who the F you think you're talking to? Yeah, no, not you. Not anymore. Goodbye. Talking about to facilitate you. She toxic too. Sorry, I'm just annoyed. Sorry, in truth, I'm just annoyed. I'm just annoyed.
We're working on that, Nick. We're working on that.
I'm hybrid too, because look, like Dr. Bryant came through bearing gifts.
Bryant.
And
his daily affirmations, y'all. This is his daily affirmation. No low
functioning behavior allowed. This is a no low functioning zone.
Yeah.
This is for healing. This is for conversation.
And they can all get that on my website.
You see it?
We have that.
Let them know where it is.
We have that sweater. We also have.
Dr. Bryant got merch.
I'm trying to tell you, but we also have high functioning as fuck.
See, this is the foolishness. Make your money. It is what it is. Do you get that money? Period. Let me get back into my zone. Do your thing.
Why you didn't bring me the high functioning structure?
When you get there, I'm going to get that one.
Okay.
In the Dr. Bryant Institute High Functioning Academy, I'm going to gift you with that, with your diploma.
So let's dive into this conversation, this high functioning, low functioning, high value, low value. Because even as you just put it to like the hybrid, that's a good answer.
Yeah,
I like that, because then that's more accepting, because a lot of people thought some of the conversation that, we were having was judgmental on both ends. You know what I mean? When I think you were just expressing the ideology.
Right.
And in that, even people were really not understanding the definition of it in that sense, to where you're almost saying like where you are in your current life, that you are better than other individuals, and specifically even geared towards me.
Right.
Of like, and a lot of people were agreeing with you. Just say how I'm low functioning, and they were terms of obviously like narcissistic behavior and all of the syndromes that we know psychologists and psychiatrists can diagnose you with. But I would love for you to clear up, in this setting, even the purpose of speaking to the issue at hand and labeling it and understanding it so you can grow from it.
Absolutely. So high functioning is just a person who's able to identify their emotion, i.e. I'm mad, I'm frustrated, I'm pissed off, right? I'm angry.
I can do that.
Okay. And then not allow that emotion to turn into them being in their feelings, because feelings cause problems, emotions don't. So high functioning goes, I'm pissed off, I'm mad, I'm frustrated. Okay. So then what's next, Doc? All right. So what I really want to do is I want to go in on this person. I want to curse them out. I want to put my hands on them, whatever you want to do. I want to leave. I want to sabotage. Like, I'm just ready to flip this table over.
Right.
But high functioning says, all right, so how do we code switch that? What is the message you want this person to receive from all of those dysfunctional behaviors? Okay. I just want Nick to understand there's a boundary he crossed, and that boundary is something that triggers me. And because I love and respect our friendship, I don't want him to cross that boundary anymore.
Right.
So high functioning just means I come to you and I've already processed before I produced a statement to you. I processed within myself. And I said, look, Nick, this is how I feel about it. That was a boundary you crossed. The next time I tell you.
I'm sorry, I might have checked out, but did she say emotions, either emotions or feelings cause problems? One of them don't? Because that sounds very wrong to me. I'm not rewinding it because I don't care. Actions might be the thing that causes the problem. Look, I don't remember what you said. I'm not going to rewind it. Don't care. Let's continue. If she didn't say actions are the problem, I'm going to assume she said actions are the problem. Because if she says emotions versus feelings, there's a distinction there, and one of them causes the problem and the other one don't, as opposed to action. Don't care what she got to say. Don't remember what she says. Don't care about it. If the word action wasn't used at some point, she's wrong. If she's not wrong and you're a psychologist, don't care. don't want to engage, don't want to repeat. She talking too quickly. She don't care what she's saying either. She's just talking to talk.
Tell you something I like to stay between us. I want to be able to trust you as a friend because I love you. You know what I mean? I don't want it to be not a safe space with you. Can you commit to that? That's high functioning. Low functioning is I'm frustrated, I'm mad, I identified it, and then I say, you know what? Fuck this. What you did.
You want to know something weird? I actually do like her. That's the sad thing. I do like her. It's just like very annoying. Because it feels like she's trying to push a very specific thing, and now I realize it's to sell merch. It's like, girl, ain't nobody...
It was out of pocket. You need to take accountability. You ain't apologize. You've been doing this shit for the last 10 years. And I'm about to just go ham because I can't regulate my emotions. So what does that mean? That means I'm in my low functioning space, which means my pain, my dysfunction, my trauma is now in a conversation with you. Not my healthy self. My healthy self is saying, I do want this relationship. I do love you. You are my boy. I want to work this out. I don't want to give up a 20-year friendship. You made a mistake. I got compassion. I got grace. Can you just not do it again? And that's disarming you. And from that, most people are going, all right, no problem. So but low function means we at war.
So
we at war.
It's a level of managing and maintaining your emotional intelligence.
And the clinically correct term is regulating your emotions.
For all the people saying that she's annoying, they're leaving, that's okay. This is the after show, so I don't expect anyone to be here. And also, like, in the after show specifically, please don't think you have to hang around to be with me. Yeah, I'm just being messy in the after show, just FYI. But I do appreciate it, and thank you. Hugs on your way out. But yeah. I'm gonna play it until I'm bored and tired, and then I'm gonna leave.
Can you regulate? Because we don't change, we shift.
So I want to go to the other end of the spectrum, because even I have been diagnosed with a narcissistic.
You been clinically diagnosed with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
But when I did get diagnosed with it.
Well, wait, he's clinically diagnosed. He's a clinically diagnosed narcissist. To be saying it out here is wow.
Because I have no problem with it. It's a spectrum. You know what I mean? And I think even it starts off with like confidence, overconfident, arrogance, and then that's when you step into the space of narcissism. And in that, there's markers. And when someone has like extreme narcissistic behavior disorder, it has things like the lack of empathy, rage, all of those things. I don't have those. Like
I was just going to ask you, how many of those symptoms do you identify with?
Yeah. Like I identify with all of them except for those two.
Except for the rage and the...
Yeah, I have no rage, and I have, I'm very empathetic, and I believe like that's just nature. You know what I mean? Like I'm my grandmother.
No, I mean, I don't believe that. I feel like I'm going to continue to watch, but I don't feel like we should be watching. Like, I don't feel like I should know this. Oh, he has a ton of rage. I've seen rage from this man.
Learn behavior for you,
yeah,
right?
Like I probably, if I was a kid where that was fed, I probably.
So where at do you see yourself?
Imagine knowing that your boss is a narcissist. Well, I mean, I told you he knew he was trying. I'm kidding. But I told you he knew his issues. He seemed like someone who knew his problems.
As narcissistic.
Well, I'll give you a few things. I even want to get back to even when you were talking about high functioning and low functioning and regulating one's emotions. Like I never experienced that because I'm such a runner and have abandonment issues and stuff that when conflict approaches, like I'm a Libra, I'm out. You know what I mean? Like I'll just disappear. That's the way you will see me not regulating my emotions. I just don't deal with it.
You sabotage.
Yeah.
I'm out of here.
I'm out of here. So all the other things when it comes to narcissism.
But that is narcissism.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like, what is it? Self?
Absorbed?
Not self-absorbed, but self-importance, where I believe that
self-centered, self-absorbed.
Because even when
about
I grew up in a
so your self-care is on steroids.
I grew up in a Christian household where I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me.
Right.
I am a mover. I'm a shaker. I'm more than a conqueror.
Nick, I'm about to go there. You are not about to gaslight Christ.
I'm not.
Stop, Nick.
I'm not.
Because you grew up in a household
in me
where
lets me know that I am anointed.
You can do all things through Christ who strengthens you. You took that. You took that, and you went overboard. You cannot gaslight Jesus Christ because he told you that, and now you're telling him because he told you that.
I am all these things.
You're the king, and you live in narcissism. No, you cannot do that. No,
I'm doing it. I'm owning it. I'm walking.
Don't gaslight him.
In the kingdom that I am.
Christ gave his life. That's the most unselfish thing you can do.
100%.
So you cannot.
And I would give my life for mine.
You cannot
I would die on the cross of my kids.
narcissism, who's extreme selfishness and self-centered. Not saying that's what you are, but that's narcissism. And Christ, who said I could do all things through him.
There's a self-importance in me. There is. I believe I am not ordinary. I am extraordinary. I'm the head and not the tail.
So why did you just gaslight Christ?
Answer that question. I'm telling you. You said I did that. I'm quoting scripture.
No, he just gaslight Christ and said the reason why it's okay for him to be narcissistic. Hold on, Nick. Okay. He gaslight Christ and said because he was taught he can do all things through Christ that strengthens him.
Absolutely.
Is the reason why everything can be about him. Is the reason why everything can be world revolving around him and no one else matters. That is not.
I never said no one else matters. You put words in my mouth.
That is not what Christ has said, and y'all don't allow him to gaslight Christ with that. Okay.
We'll take. I apologize if you believe I have gaslit Christ, but that is not what I'm doing. I'm talking about how I was raised and, my understanding of my self-importance.
So let me ask you this: how do you think you took? Now we're being serious. How do you think you took that learned behavior? Right? I can do all things through Christ, meaning I'm powerful. I can do things. I should believe in myself. I should have a belief that's as big as my God. I get that.
Yeah.
How did you take that and catastrophize or expand to a level that you deem yourself? Because you said you see it as narcissism. And really quick, the reason why I asked you, do you deem yourself or feel or see yourself as narcissistic is because a lot of folks have diagnosis that they are not. So just because they're diagnosed with it, they learn what it is. You obviously research it because you know it well, and they start to identify and clothe themselves with those symptoms when they are not that. So there's overdiagnosis and underdiagnosis. And in our community, particularly, I like to make sure that we are not labeled with things that we may have a symptom of, but we are not the actual diagnosis.
Well, you don't have to worry about that, Miss Lady. You do not have to worry about that. He does give narcissism. he sure gave narcissism. I think he looked at them. He looked at he looked at the DSM-5 and he was like, "Yep, that's me. That right there. That is me." I'm sure he did. I'm sure he saw himself when he was diagnosed. He was like, "This makes sense." The fact that you're up there trying to convince him he's not a narcissist is wild to me. Like, why do you think you got to do that? You might not be a narcissist. They might have misdiagnosed you when he's like, "Yeah, I saw my."
Because I have a lot of clients who have been labeled as depression or narcissistic or anxiety disorder when they learned in the household how to be depressed, what anxiety looks like on their parents. But they're adults, and if they unlearn that behavior, that's not who they are at their core. I'm not saying that you're not narcissistic. I'm just saying I like to check in with that to make sure, do you really see yourself as that? Or like you just said in the household, did you learn through Christ you can do all things because you have the same power he has? So is it a learned behavior or is it how you're built? Is it really you?
You're teaching because it's funny that you say that because I have, obviously I've been attempting to do the work on myself and have a lot of therapists and people speaking to me, and it's so interesting because there are a group of therapists that are like, "Oh no, you check all the boxes. You 7 out of 10, so we're gonna go with that." And then I have others that's like, "No, you're not narcissistic at all. You may have some tendencies, you may have some behaviors, but all of those are learned, and you can through this process, we can work through it." And then ultimately, what everyone says is that I can get to that high functioning space with the willingness to do the work, with the openness. And as we know, the first thing is acceptance
100%.
of saying like, okay, yeah, I have to, and taking accountability.
But acceptance of the reality, not your perception. A lot of people have a disconnect between their perception and reality.
Right.
What we do as professionals, psychology experts, mental health professionals, we bridge that gap for you so that we get you into seeing the reality of who you are, not to judge you, but to say, does this reality serve you? Is this reality better than your perception of you? Because your perception was formed by your experiences. So maybe your perception.
This man is narcissistic, girl. It is what it. Hang it up. Hang it. Yeah, you have 3 more. You have 3 more sentences to piss me off. Yeah, you have 3. I'm giving you 3 more sentences. I'm giving you. I got 3 more sentences for you. Sorry, I'm looking for food. You got 3 more sentences. Because you're really pissing me off right now. You might not be narcissistic. You might not. I don't believe you. He is narcissistic. Deal with it. You know this man narcissistic. This man telling you. Before you started telling him that he wasn't, he was trying to convince you on ways that he was, in fact, narcissistic. You're sitting there, oh my God, you might not be. You might not be. You're not narcissistic. God, ain't nobody care nothing about that. That man definitely narcissistic. Based on your first interview with him, everyone in my chat was like, yeah, he's a narc, he's a narc, he's a narc. And I was like, don't do that. You can't be diagnosing people on the internet. You can't be diagnosing people on the interwebs. And they were right. They were right. He is a whole narcissist. And have me out here defending a narcissist. Go stop. Let it go. What do I want to eat? I feel like jerk chicken. Should get jerk chicken, dark meat. Period. Let's do that.
Is what's eclipsing you and keeping you from that high functioning or from that healthy self. Right. Or maybe your perception has worked as a protectant of your reality because your reality is just too bad for you to live in or to look at. And so we have to look at, as a professional who's seasoned, you look at both. And until you assess both and you and the client equally together as a team, figure out which one is it.
Right.
Because as an expert doesn't mean that I have the right to completely project onto you my expertise. I cannot expert you without you being all the way in this with me. That's not how it works. So I can't just tell you. That's why I said, do you feel? And when I talk to my clients, I say, listen, do you feel depressed? Which one of these things do you identify with?
Right.
Right. Let's see where your reality is based on your perception.
Right.
So that they can live in that and they understand who they are.
Right.
Because remember, we have to be in acceptance and surrender to how we're really built and how people are really built. Not in what we choose to believe.
Right.
Because just like that's tea. If I said, Nick, that's tea and there's a tea bag in it, it really isn't. You keep saying, Doc, no, this is Diet Coke.
Right.
But you keep it in your hand. As long as you keep it in your hand, it can be Diet Coke.
For me.
For you.
Right.
For you. But as soon as you take a sip, and we all take a sip of who we really are, we all take a sip of who we are with or whoever the other person is at some point. And when you sip it, guess who the one who's disappointed? Guess who's heartbroken? You.
Right.
But did I break your heart? Or did you? With your illusion, your ideology that you covered that with.
Yeah.
Right? And so it's important for us, just everybody, it's a human right to have a mental health, but specifically in the Black community, listen, I'm not going to coddle. And we got to stop making false narratives to make logic for bad decision making. If the decision is a bad decision that's resulting in something that is impaired or not healthy, then we have to call it what it is. And we have to stop living in these false narratives that say, yeah, I'm creating broken homes everywhere, but everyone's getting this $15,000 check a month. But that doesn't make the decision okay if those kids are still in a deficit.
So let's talk about that, because I think that's what we do. We have this broad stroke when we're painting with these terms.
But do we? Who's we?
There's triggering terms.
Okay.
Like that's like I've taken all the power away from the term narcissism because I've researched it.
And I love that about you. Yeah, totally.
Like, call me whatever you want. Like it's one of because I've actually now if I didn't know what it was, then I'd have issue with it. Even as we have fun discourse where I talk about everyone from Jesus Christ to Steve Jobs to Rihanna to Beyonce to all of these people to Kobe Bryant
let me
to
say
LeBron.
This, as a narcissist, you actually would do what you did with it.
Yeah, exactly.
So as a narcissist, you don't have an issue with it.
At all.
As
and that's what narcissists do.
You stand on, you're like, listen,
I'm proud
I am this and I am that and I am this and what?
Did this woman just say you should be okay being proud to be a narcissist? Are my ears deceiving me? Did this woman just say, yeah, no, I knew you would be proud to be a narcissist and that's A-okay. That is great news that you are proud to be a narcissist. Am I hearing wrong? Do I want tropical rhythm? Yeah, I want a tropical rhythm. Let's do guava, pineapple ginger.
That's a narcissist. And now that part of the narcissist, I don't believe is unhealthy. That part is the part that I believe.
People of how we've overcome so much.
There you go. So that's not the part of the narcissist that says, that's the part that I actually admire. But take out the narcissist diagnosis I admire about you, is that you stand on, 12 kids, 12 babies. Yeah. Narcissist. Yeah. This is what they say. So how about, look, I'm gonna throw it out there. What's next? I'm gonna catch what I want coming back and I won't catch what I don't.
Exactly.
And that's what I believe has become your survival mechanism that's worked for you.
Facts.
But also it's become something that I feel is a very healthy protectiveness for you. And it's not wrong. That's not a bad part.
And in therapeutic settings, I mean, I can be vulnerable and let it out to where I know the things that pain me as well. I know the things that about me, like, man, I wish I could do this better. Man, I wish I wasn't in this scenario. But in that, and going back to the other term that's been thrown around quite a bit, which I still struggle with. It's not triggering to me, but I struggle with the term because of how society defines it. And I talked with Ayanna Vincent about this, about the term broken homes. And even in
Yeah, well, why do you struggle about with you struggle with the broken home term? Why? Because you're creating them. I don't understand. What's the struggle? You don't understand the term. You don't get the term. Like, what is there to struggle with the term? If there's such a thing as a broken home, you've created them. There is no definition of broken homes where you are not involved. Like, there's no way to define broken home to exclude you from them. All right. As long as we're clear.
our setting, she had an interesting take on it, which I appreciated and brought some warmth. But even in the comments were they're like, oh, she's being too easy, because she personalized it about her upbringing and her, and I think she kind of just leveled the playing field with saying, even with the 2-parent household, we all come from broken homes. And I appreciate her maternal and matriarch approach of it's like, we all need help, we all need therapy, 100%. We all need counsel. But even in your conversation with Cam, I felt like he was triggered a little bit by the broken, and I've been in those settings where, all you doing, I don't like you because you creating a bunch of broken homes. And it's like, wait, what? I'm just trying to be the best father I can be. I'm just trying to make the best.
No, you're not. You're creating broken homes. Like,
out of the situation that I did create, but I'm still trying to step up. And whether the amount of money that,
well,
my
let me correct you. You're not trying to step up because I see you personally doing it. You do step up. So let's not say you're trying.
Right.
You do. You run around.
It is impossible, and you are a terrible, terrible person. And Cam Newton was in fact correct that you only wanted to drag him because you wanted to drag him specifically, because to sit there and say Cam Newton Cam Newton kids in the session lives with him. We don't know if that's true, but in the session, I heard it wrong. No, I didn't hear it wrong. Nope, I did not hear it wrong, and I won't rewind it either. You sat there and you told Cam Newton, who lives with his kids, that he's still creating broken homes. Once you consistently talk about the fact that this one here too is also creating broken homes, we are good. Let me be clear. However, when you say you do see him step up, it is impossible that you see him being a father to all 98 kids. It is impossible unless you live with him and you and him are now dating and you're with him every second and he texts you. It is absolutely impossible that you see him stepping up for all 1,800 kids. Impossible. Impossible. And I know impossible things are happening every day, but no, this is not one of them. You ain't seen this man step up for all them kids.
In this whole damn world, you do. You've left sessions of us here to run off to go pick up your baby from school. I've witnessed it. So I'm just saying it's not tried. You do. So I wanted to correct that. But continue.
No, but that's what I think, because it gets all housed in that. Because what then comes with the broken home term comes.
Remember, broken house and broken home are two different things. But I'll explain that after. Continue.
But because what's associated.
Girl, we don't care. Broken house, he creating both of them. How about that?
And I'm only speaking to terms right now, because we know how, when we're really doing the work.
She is a hypocrite. And Cam Newton is right. Where there's a business deal happening, she is more than willing to bend over backwards to make the other person look good, instead of doing what she does to all of them. This is weird. This is weird behavior. Don't sit there cuddling this man who have more kids and more baby mama than Cam Newton. Don't do that. Don't do that. He created broken homes, trash too. Now we know he's a narcissist. So, like, girl, stop.
It's more than these terms. 100%. You know what I mean? And it's ultimately about the babies and the family. But when these terms are being thrown at, it attacks the character, which then attacks the ego. But so then you get broken home or broken house creator to deadbeat. And then, you know, deadbeat is because whether it's the action.
But a deadbeat father is different than a man who's creating a broken home.
100%. But it's almost like
they're combobulating it.
Yeah.
Okay.
When just if
you create a bunch of broken homes, you're also a deadbeat dad. Unless you can prove to me that you can show up as a father for all of them kids, you're also a deadbeat dad. What do you mean? There is no possible way that this one can show up for all his children in the way that he should. When multiple children have their rehearsals or game or whatever they have, if they have it in the same night, if the same day, even in the same week, unless he's going to jump from plane to plane, place to place, he's not about to go there. I don't like this. I hate a hypocrite. I really do hate a hypocrite. I wish more Black people thought therapy, this ain't it. Yeah, it ain't it for real, for real.
You're going to label me, if you're going to attempt to define me, and all of my decisions, all the things that I'm proud of and the things that I'm not so proud of, it gets
because you're saying the one thing you are proud of is that you are not a deadbeat father,
right?
For sure,
right. And I'll even go to the space of I want you to break it down a little bit more, just for clarity purposes, for myself and for the audience, of the definition of a broken home, because just even the term broken, you know, sounds like something's not working. It also sounds like something that was once whole is now not able to function, or is in two parts or multiple
but
parts.
that's not a broken home. But I want to hear what you say. What it seems, when you hear that's what you think. That's what you associate to it. Got it.
So because from what I believe your definition, you'll share it in a moment, what a broken home is, it's another thing that I'm not running from, because it's not traditional. It's not the nuclear family of a male and female in a home that is raising a child.
Well, let's clear this up, because you have a lot of people with different dynamics. It doesn't have to be a male and a female.
Yeah. Wasn't there a bunch of reports saying that Mariah Carey was filing for primary custody or filing for full custody of the kids? Wasn't a bunch of people coming out talking about how Nick don't spend no time with their kids? I would find it, but I don't care. I was about to Google, but I don't care.
No.
Or a two-parent household.
Two-parent household.
A two-parent household. But even in the comments and even a lot of those conversations, because I've seen this conversation come up amongst our peers, and even outsiders will talk about, well, are, you know, two men raising a child, is that considered a broken home? Or two women raising a child, is that considered a broken home? And a lot of people think that. Or one able and capable person who chooses to say, I don't want a partner, but I want a child, is that a broken home? So there's so many
different dynamics.
But even going to the space, because when we hear terms like broken, we think low functioning, we think low frequency, because of that term of ultimately just being non-traditional. And
no. Broken means you broke it. Broken. Ain't nobody gonna sit around here talking about. Let's look at definition. Let's actually pull this up. A broken home. Maybe he doesn't fit it. You know what? Yeah, know what? Maybe Cam Newton didn't create a broken home. Maybe only because a family in which the parents have divorced. All right, yep, great, got it. Yep, you created a broken home. There, fine, we're done. We're just going to do word for word. We're going to do a quick reading, and whatever is on the pages, that's what it means. We're not even going to go deeper. Let's just dead it. You created a broken home when you and Mariah divorced. Got it, period. Don't even care anymore.
As we know, a child needs so much, but ultimately it's rooted in love. Is what is love, which then comes, attention, compassion, care, nurturing. But it has to start there. And there are people that believe that they can do that solely by themselves. And there are people that are functioning in that manner. So when we hear this term broken home, it triggers many, because we're talking about a lot of these people that are currently sitting. And one thing you and I have talked about off camera before is that the both of us come from broken homes.
So I come from a broken family, but not a broken home.
Please.
So I grew up in a two-parent household, right? With a grandmother and a grandfather, to your point about the different dynamics of the structure of the parents being in a home. A grandmother and a grandfather. I'm a product of 15 and 16-year-old parents who had me as teenagers.
Right.
So they're off to school. My grandparents are at home raising me.
Very similar.
Right? Exactly. So
Blah, 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 blah. You came from a broken home. You came from a broken home, a broken family, you came from a broken home. Ain't nobody got no time for that. Nope, we're not doing that.
grew up in a two-parent household, which means it wasn't a broken home. However, the family, because there's a difference, was a broken family at times, depending on our level of trauma or dysfunction. So let me clear this up. A broken home is a single-parent home. That's one woman, one man, one human. It doesn't matter your sexual preference. It doesn't matter if you're two men, two women, a woman and a man and a dog, whatever. If there's one human being in that home, it's called a single-parent home. That is a broken home. A broken family consists of a two-parent household. But that family is so dysfunctional and impaired that they are not functioning to a healthy space.
Right.
That's what that means.
Right.
So a broken home can be more traumatizing than a broken family can be more traumatizing than a broken home, depending on what's going on in that home. If you have two parents in the home and God forbid, the father is sexually abusing the kids, then, and your only choice was a broken, any kind of abuse, but I'm going sexual abuse because that's so intense, right? But if I had to choose between a broken family with that and a broken home where that man is out of my house, give me a broken home.
Right.
Get his ass out of here, right? So this is not about better or worse. This is about making decisions that create the healthiest environment for everybody collectively. And when you did not make that decision to create a healthy environment for everybody collectively, it's about realizing you're not doomed, but you first got to sit in what you created so we can recreate and unlearn and relearn, which is called reprogramming, something different.
100%.
Something different. I came from, I came from a two-parent household, and I see my father, who has 6 of us by 5 different women. He was
Sorry, can't do it. I actually wanted to go to the point where they talk about how I don't care. Don't care. Trying to sound intelligent, sound dumb. Like I just like you're just annoying. Like like I'm just so also I'm hungry. Let's be very clear. Let's be very clear. I think this has more to do with the fact that all I've had all day is a cookie. A very large cookie, but a cookie. That's all. And I think that's the problem. I do think that actually let me see where my food is. I could probably just stay on until my food gets here. Yeah, my food is taking a while. I have 20 more minutes and 18 more minutes. Period. 500 calories, 500 empty calories. Period.
Was creating broken homes.
Right.
But he was an amazing freaking father.
Yeah.
But for me seeing the broken homes, although we all blended so amazing, I always said,
your father was an amazing father, but he created a bunch of broken homes. That don't even it doesn't compute to me. How you an amazing father creating a bunch of girl? I don't like talking to delusional people actually at all. I don't like talking to delusional people. They're annoying. She's annoying me right now. My dad was an amazing dad. He just created a bunch of broken homes. No, he's not. He's not. He probably liked you and you only and was probably trash to everyone. He was an amazing father to you, maybe. Trash. Trash. Discord fight. What's going on in the Discord? Ain't no fight happening. Y'all just saying things.
I don't want what he did. And he would mimic to me, baby, don't do as I do, do as I say. Because daddy doesn't want you with one man who was doing the things that I'm doing.
We talked about this,
right?
what I will tell my daughters, because
that is so dumb. Your dad don't want you to date someone like him because he's a trash man. And you're sitting there like, oh my God, my daddy was great. No, he wasn't. He was also trash. I'm sorry to tell you. Sorry to let you know, doctor. Your daddy was trash too.
Because I don't want my daughter.
And you kept it real like my father, which I think the biggest blessing is having a father or a parent who.
Okay, then you are also trash too, Nick Cannon. If you're saying you don't want your daughter to date someone like you, then you're a trash person. The reason you don't want your daughter to date someone like you is because you're a trash person. It's very clear that you're not modeling the type of behavior that your daughter should look for in a man. So you are also a trash person. You cannot be a good father while also saying you don't want your daughter to date someone like you. It doesn't work. Trash, trash, and more trash. Your dad was not a good man. Sorry to tell you, lady.
Who can say, listen, I created 7 houses. They all homeless. But there's money in them. and there's time in them, but they're homeless. With this house over here that I live in, we got a home. So don't know how you're gonna process it, but I'll see you next weekend. I don't care what no one says. That's fucked up.
Absolutely.
Okay?
They're gonna have to deal with that. There's trauma.
That's my point. I came from a blended family. I was the oldest. I love all y'all 6. Okay, but we know it for the most part. I was his favorite, you know? So you probably told us all that. I was his favorite. And
oh, I know you were his favorite. Oh, I know. That's what I just said. We all know you were his favorite. Still don't mean he was a good dad. He's trash. If your dad is looking you in your eye and telling you that he hopes that you, his daughter, don't date someone like him, he's trash. Point blank and period. He's trash as a man and trash as a dad. It is, if your dad is not modeling the type of behavior that he would like for you to end up with in a man, your dad is a trash person. It's that simple. There's no exception. You want your dad to be the exception. He ain't. He's not the exception.
what I'm saying is that kept me fed.
Right.
But when he had my beautiful little sisters from his.
Your dad treated you like the favorite and he loved you. Watching your dad not be there for your other kids, you don't think that's the bad father and bad modeling for you? You don't think that's a trash father? Then you might also be a problem.
His wife that he passed away and left behind, although they would say in front of them, well, Darren, everyone knows Cheyenne's your favorite. Right. And I would come over and run the household just to show I was the oldest and the favorite, and everything would move in my direction.
Right.
But I still left sometimes and went, hey, that's cool. I get to grow up with dad in the house.
Yeah.
And you know what he would do while I was there? He would overcompensate by making sure everybody knew when big sister's here, don't interrupt when daddy's talking to her. But you know what he was saying to me? Baby, I feel you.
Yeah.
And I get you.
Yeah. And I'm sorry.
And I'm sorry, Nick. So let me overcompensate.
Baby, I failed you. But he was a good dad. Baby, he failed. He probably failed them kids too. Still failing. Probably. I don't know what's happening with his dad. Let me not go there.
Yeah. Because you didn't get this. And then he would have real conversations that would go, dang, baby, like every time daddy sees these little girls, I just think about how much I missed out on growing up in the house with you.
Yeah.
One thing about him,
So your dad wasn't in the house when you were growing up, but he was a good dad. Get out of my face. Let me check my food. Get all the way out of my face. Just lying for no reason. Oh my God, my dad was a good dad. No, he wasn't. You know your daddy was trash.
he was real.
Right.
He didn't hide from his emotions.
Right.
He came out with it.
Yeah.
You didn't get this, but I wanted this.
Right.
Things just didn't go right with me and your mom. We were high school sweethearts, but you didn't get this.
Right.
And I would say, Daddy, it's all good. It's cool. I get it. You know, you're doing the best you can. What you saying, but with your kids, I'm doing the best I can.
Right.
But did it sometimes make me feel some type of way? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
I felt that way I'm 42. I felt that way at 41 when he passed away. Right? My little sister's living in the house while he's on his deathbed. They get to wake up with him every morning. We only live 15 minutes away because we were so close. Right. But I drove over there in between sessions.
Right.
Just to be there with him. So what I'm saying is, it doesn't matter what logic you want to create or what you want to tell yourself to feel better about your decisions. What you should be telling yourself is, okay, I made these decisions. Let me figure out how it's affecting my offsprings. Let me figure out how it's affecting the people who I want to be able to grow up and make better decisions. And what does that conversation look like? Because I really feel like me not being a fatherless little girl and my father telling me, drilling it in my head, don't you bring home any man that looks like me, smells like me, acts like me, does anything like me. He better not be from the streets.
Yeah.
It stuck in me.
Right.
And I dated a street guy one time. My dad said, let me see his picture. And I showed him the picture and he said, no, don't bring him around here. One of us going to end up dead and in jail. And don't do it. Actually, it was from the same, not that, but the same, affiliation for the same. Right. And he just said no. And he called me Nick every day for 2 weeks. I'm not exaggerating.
Right.
To drill it in my head. And obviously I ended up letting that go and he was right. But I say that to say a broken family can have more trauma and more impairment than a broken home. So this is not about, am I better or worse? No, it's about, is what you doing serving everybody collectively?
And that's the purpose of us being here. You know what I mean? Is to understand that. And even as we define these terms and we get clarity on it, it's like taking the accountability for who we are and what we are. Like you said, we have very similar upbringings to where, my parents were teenagers, my grandparents, specifically my grandmother, was the matriarch and, still is to this day. And even, my grandfather, they were married for 50 plus years before he passed. But even still witnessing how he maneuvered with the family and the understanding, and then watching how he fathered my father and how my father fathered his other children. And same scenario to where there's times where I'm just me and my mom, or it's, my me getting to live a couple of years with my dad as his oldest, but there's already an established family, but he has a wife and kids, and they all got the same mama.
They have a home.
Yeah.
And you were coming over.
Still those ideas of like, to this day, I love her dearly. It's my brother who's sitting over there. It's his mom. And I struggle with what to call her.
Right.
You know what I mean? Was it Miss Lynn? Was it Mama? Was it?
My food is almost here, and I ain't got time. I do have time. I do. I don't have patience. That's what what I don't have is patience. Sorry. What I don't have is patience or care. Thank you all so much for being here. I truly appreciate. Don't look. Wait, sorry. I don't know what I'm doing. Let me hide this. Thank you all so much for being here. I truly appreciate it. It is really that you're here down Rapunzel. I know here down. They cut it off, girl. They cut it off. I cut it off. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you all. Have a good night, Demon. Thank you, lovely lady. Mama. I'm gonna go into the Discord and we're gonna zip it and do it. All right, bye.